Why are you sleeping that way?
Hello, everybody. What's going on? It's Guido, Afri-Culture Concepts YouTube channel. And this show, even though nobody's watching, it will be watched eventually. And I'm hoping it's a guy named Al. He says he's Fube from Sierra Leone. Uh I'm hoping he has a chance to build on this topic because I really feel there's a lack of respect for diverse African groups, and there's a great adaptation or adoption of this Eurocentric antebellum American paradigm, you know, where we draw the lines from black and white. Okay. Me myself, I don't really I know that's a popular stigma. I know that's a popular way of casting things. Like that's a popular categorization. You know what I'm saying? It's a popular category that people like to specify distinct groups, you know, and really it's a very fluent basis or standard that they use. You know, some people say, somebody's black or white depending on their skin color. It may be a combination of skin color and phenotypic or morphological appearances, and others are more fluent or more fluid with those standards. They delve back and forth from what they want to use as a standard to categorize the difference from so-called black and white. But we all know that from a scientific perspective, we know none of that is really feasible or applicable when observing, you know, genetics, population history, population genetics, population migrations, things of that nature. Because there's been older sciences, you know, what they call phenology and, things of that nature, where scientists and anthropologists and archaeologists, they would determine someone's race depending on their facial makeup, the features of the craniofacial features of fossils, fossilized remains. And we know that, the errors that have been exhibited from those studies, is part of the reason why, science is kind of, especially like population science, when people trying to understand the different human variations. We know some of that is the reason why us those of us that actually, delve into this stuff, like we get past the surface level and we take the time to get a firm grasp on understanding human diversity, especially inside the African continent or on the African continent. Those of us that actually go past the surface, we understand that, or we understand why, you know, uh, people don't fully depend on craniofacial metrics or craniometric, basically craniometrics and non-craniometrics to determine a race. Because first off, in the scientific community, they have basically came to a consensus that race is purely a construct that was structured socially to basically create a caste system socially, in order to put groups or organize groups, within particular systems or whatnot. Okay, but this live, hopefully I'm not too long. I don't really want to go too long because there's really nobody here to receive the information. Uh, I would prefer to speak with some people, about these issues or about some of this content that we have directly about this information, because it seems as though when you on other platforms, you know, they like to throw around a lot of stuff that they really don't have a firm grasp on. Like my brother Al, we had a similar conversation about this similar topic, on another show that I had a couple weeks back. And you could see clearly that I brought out the fact that he didn't really have a firm grasp on the, Fulani history. He didn't have a firm grasp on Fulani place names and the chronological sequencing of events that took place with these Fulani states in history. Like tried to say one of the first, he tried to say that one of the first Fulani states was the Tukulur Empire, and we know that's not correct. Tukulur Empire was a very recent state. That's a very recent part of history. And to say that that's one of the first Fulani states, you know, to me, amongst the circle of Fulanicists and Africanists, I would say that we would agree that that's very erroneous, to say that, and very disingenuous. Now we had the same guy which says he's Fulani, but he wants to deny the fact that Fulani have in their genome, they have North African components. They have North African components, and I'm just going to tackle that. You know, I'm going to tackle that because it needs to be tackled, and I'm hoping Brandon from Pan Africanism Strikes Back takes a look at this live. It's not really about the numbers because I don't really care. I don't really care who wants to watch this. Of course, it's not going to get a lot of numbers because black nationalist types that thrive off black supremacy, and not Africanity, not true Africanity and the diversity of Africanity, they don't want to see stuff like this. They don't want to see stuff like this. They don't want to deal with the science. They have a belief that, what Europeans gave us is the right way. Everything is black or white. There's no in between. There's no other colors. There's no brown. There's no light brown. There's no yellow. It's just black and white. So that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But when I come into contact with those delusions, that gives me content to create. So hopefully, my boy Brandon from Pan Africanism Strikes Back, I hope he passed by this and check out the credible information that I pass. And hopefully Al, whenever he gets a chance, maybe tomorrow, because I know he probably live in the UK or something like that, so they might be asleep. Hopefully, you guys will get a chance to go over the information that I'll present. And I'm hoping one day, because me myself personally, even though I haven't been in the African continent yet, I do plan on going sometime this year. You know, I actually have my certain amount of dealings with different Fulanis. Different Fulani members. I know a group of Fulani people in Senegal and in the Senegambia region. I know some in the Gambia. I know some in Senegal. I know a couple Fube people in Nigeria. I know a couple, including Al. I know him from Sierra Leone, even though he lives in the UK. You know, I'm actually doing business with a Fulani from Nigeria. So hopefully, when I get a chance to go to Africa in these different places that Fulani people live in, maybe one day I'll be granted with the ability to speak with an educated Fulani man that knows the genetic history of Fulanis. And we can talk about that in Africa. And I'll go live and talk about it, while I'm there talking to him, or I'll just do a pre-recorded video. But I'd rather go live so that you guys can see that it's unedited, and these things that I'm talking about is known. It's just not known by certain people. Certain people just don't know it, and that's not their fault. But I would suggest that if you have Fulani ancestry, or you are just interested in African genetics, African population diversity, I would suggest that you take the time out to learn more about them and subscribe to my channel, because I'm one of the few channels that take the time. I actually invest my money, to reading these educational articles, and I purchase uh, scholarly material, academic material with genetic information and migratory information on some of these African populations. So I've had my share of investments into learning about African history, African diversity, and African genetics, and African paleontology. Okay, I'm not a scholar. I'm not a one of these experts. I'm not an anthropologist, but I do try my best to present academic, academically accredited information. So when I say something about a particular thing, it's not just digging it out. I'm not just talking out the side of my neck. Okay, with that being said, we're going to talk about it. So a lot of people think Fulanis are super old people. They're really not. Now they descend their ancestors. Their ancestors are older people. That might have been in West Africa and in North Africa for a super long time. But as far as the advent of actual Fulani people, you know, the people group, the ethnology, the ethnic group, the Fulani people, distinguishing themselves as Fulani with their culture, they're not that old. They are not that old. So what we're gonna do is I'll just bring up a couple points that Al likes to use, and one of his points is that he tends to dismiss the North African component of Fulanis, along with other people that believe they're Fulani, and I know why they do it, because they say that I'm using a Islamic leaning, but that's not true. My leaning is educational, it's academic, and it's based off of experts, what the experts have uh, showed us, what the experts have found. And if the experts come, if they come and change the whole thing, then I'm going to come out and say we found some new information. The experts have found some new information that totally goes against the information that we had previously. Okay, so let's go here. So he says basically that Fulanis have no North African. Well, what he does is he tries to say that Fulanis have North African components, but it doesn't have anything to do with Berbers. Okay. But that's impossible when we have prehistoric populations that contributed to the Berber population that was in North Africa, you know, back in the late Pleistocene, which is like 12,000 years ago, 20,000, 20,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago. It's a lot of this is based off lack of information, lack of African information on paleontology, prehistoric times, prehistoric African populations. People just don't have that information, especially in the I guess like the Pan African community on the internet. They don't have that information, man. They really do. They really don't. And I'm here to help people understand that. So let me share my screen. Since he says that Fulanis they don't have any North African, or they don't have any Berber-like ancestry, we're going to crash that. We're going to kill that. We're going to destroy that because we know that's a lie. We know that is a lie. I'm gonna make the screen very big so you guys can see it, because I noticed on some of my old shows you couldn't really make out what was being said. So this is a BMC genomics paper that's done on the population history and genetic adaptation of the Fulani nomads, and that kills that automatically kills one of Al's suggestions that Fulanis were not nomads. They were nomads, and a lot of them are nomads. Just because you have some groups of Fulanis that adopt sedentary lifestyles in farming and agriculture. That doesn't mean that their earliest form or their earliest subsistence lifestyle didn't have anything to do with nomadic pastoralism. So anyway, the background of this paper is that human population history in the Holocene was profoundly impacted by changes in lifestyle following the invention and adoption of food production practices. These changes triggered significant increases in population sizes and expansions over large distances. Here we investigate the population history of the Fulani, which is a pastoral population extending throughout the African Sahel and Savannah Belt, will be the dry savanna, like dry savanna countries like Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, uh, North Nigeria, places like that. All right. Results based on genome-wide analyses, we propose that the ancestors of the Fulani population experienced admixture between a West African group and a group carrying both European and North African ancestries. This admixture was likely coupled with newly adopted herding practices, as it resulted in signatures of genetic adaptation in contemporary Fulani genomes, including the control element of the LCT gene enabling carriers to digest lactose throughout their lives. The lactase persistence trait in the Fulani is conferred by the presence of allele T13910, which is also present at high frequencies in Europe. We established that the T13910 LP allele in Fulani individuals analyzed in this study lies on a European haplotype background, thus excluding parallel convergent evolution. We furthermore directly link the T13910 haplotype with the lactase persistent phenotype through a genome-wide association study and identified another genomic region in the vicinity of the SPRY2 or SPRY squared gene associated with glycemic measurements after lactase intake. Conclusions. Our findings suggest that Eurasian admixture and the European LP allele was introduced into the Fulani through contact with a North African population. We furthermore confirmed the link between the lactose digestion phenotype in the Fulani to the MCM6 LCT locus by reporting the first GWAS of the lactase persistent trait. We also explored other signals of recent adaptation in the Fulani and identified additional candidates for selection to adapt herding lifestyles. Okay, so what that means, that's not saying that Fulanis were already a group and then they just took in or absorbed another group. It doesn't mean that. What it means is they are talking about proto Fulani people, which are the ancestors of Fulanis. And they're talking about specifically when they say that they inherited uh like a lactose trait. They're saying that their sub-Saharan ancestors that probably didn't deal with lactose, you know, they adopted it, or their kids that they had when they admixed with these North African populations, they inherited these lactose traits that along with basically their genetics enabled the ability to, or it adapted to some of their North African ancestors' traits, and their lifestyle probably followed suit because they probably started to practice agro-pastoralism or pastoralism and started dealing with herds of cattle and drinking milk. Okay, background: the Fulani are a large and widely dispersed group of both nomadic herders and sedentary farmers living in the African Sahel, savanna belt. Currently, they reside mostly in the western part of Africa. What does that mean? And then we had one brother, Pan Africanism Strikes Back, and I don't think he was making a I don't think he was making an authoritative claim. I think he was just going based off of what he might have seen off of Google compared to what he heard Al saying. Okay. Just because somebody claims that they are of something doesn't mean they know all about something. As we can see, Al he's all over the place. Let's just be real. Al is all over the place when he's sharing information because he doesn't really have a foundation in what he's talking about. He doesn't really have a firm base in what he's talking about. That's why he might have a firm base in certain different topics, but when it comes to the origins of the Fulani, or when it comes to different histories of the Fulani or West African history, he doesn't really have a firm base in it. And I'm not saying all of it, I'm just saying particular conversations. He doesn't really have a firm foundation in those conversations whatsoever. And that's what leads him to always talk about things that's irrelevant to the conversation because he doesn't really have that range. He doesn't have that range. And we've seen that displayed on my lives. We've seen that. Currently, they reside mostly in the western part of Africa. That means that's where they originated. And they tried to say that they originated from different parts of Africa. That's not true. That's not true. The history doesn't attest to that. The genetics doesn't attest to that. And the current population doesn't attest to that. All of those different things that you can use to find the trends, they lead back to West Africa in between southern Mauritania and northern Senegal in the land of Futatoro. And any Fulani that lives out there right now will tell you the same thing. Some of them believe that they started in the Middle East. That's not true. We can verify that scientifically and we can verify that historically. We can verify that. And that's more of an Islamic influence that leads people to believe that because they believe that all these holy people had to originate from the Middle East. And some people would try to historically, even in West Africa, we know that West African leadership would claim some type of ancestral connection to the Prophet Muhammad alayhi wasallam, in order to establish some type of elite uh elite lineage or some type of lineage of leadership. Currently, they reside mostly in the western part of Africa, but some groups are dispersed up to the Blue Nile area of Sudan in the east. Although some historians postulated an origin of the Fulani in ancient Egypt or the Upper Nile Valley, written records, and we know of these written records suggest that the Fulani spread from West Africa, currently Senegal, Guinea, Mauritania, around 1,000 years ago. They're not that old. Even the written records say that they're not that old. Reaching the Lake Chad Basin around 500 years later, they founded several theocratic states such as Masina, Sokoto, or Takrur. I did a short about Takrur, and many Fulani abandoned the no. Okay, so the guy tried to tell me that they were not nomads, and I know why he's trying to say that because he's trying to dissect them away. He's trying to separate them from some of their nomadic Tuareg like ancestors. Okay, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make it seem like they were straight agriculturalists. Yeah, some of their ancestors probably was agriculturalists, but some of their ancestors were nomads. Some of their ancestors were nomads, and by the time that we had the sprouting of the the original Fulani groups, they adopted the nomadic lifestyle. They adopted the nomadic lifestyle. It is what it is. It is what it is. We got to stop with these religious dogmatic beliefs. That religious and dogmatic beliefs, they have no room in science. They have no room in history. I know the history uh, rectifies the knowledge of different religious practices, but it's not with the intent to get you to have a religious leaning. Okay, we're not trying to convert you to any religion just by speaking on the history that a religion had, religious influence had in a particular population or a particular region of Africa. Okay, so they found it. Okay, so they abandoned the nomadic lifeway and settled down, including in large urban areas. This expansion was accompanied by a process of group absorption of sedentary peoples called Fulanization that led to shifts in ethnic identity of some sedentary peoples, as has been described in northern Cameroon. So this describes this explains what Al was also trying to say. See, they had one guy on there. It was funny because it was one guy on there trying to say that I don't know this and I don't know that. I don't have a problem saying I don't know this and I don't know that. But the problem is when you present the information that's that has been posted by the experts, and you take the time out to invest in these materials that have been created by the experts from their expertise analyses, you know, then it's you doing this because they white or it's just it's always some type of BS that takes away from actually learning. And people don't want to admit when they're wrong. I don't have a problem admitting when I'm wrong because I don't have an emotional attachment to this information. I don't have no emotional attachment to this information. If the information changes, then so will my information change because that's what I follow. I don't follow beliefs. I don't follow that. I don't follow any of that. You know. But anyway, Fulani people are so what have we learned? Fulani people not that old. They about 1,000 to 2,000 years old. Okay. They originated in Senegal and Mauritania region, maybe Guinea, about 1,000 years ago, maybe 2,000 years ago. They spread out to the Lake Chad Basin. Okay, that's basically the Sahel, like further east. All right, they founded. We learned that they founded several theocratic states such as Messina, Sokoto in Nigeria, Messina in Mali, Takrur in Senegal, ancient Senegal. And Takrur existed around the same time that the ancient Ghana Empire existed. And they actually participated in they were actually some of the reasons why Ghana got weak. Ghana became weak. And that's a problem when you're talking to people like Al because he doesn't really have a firm grasp in history because he tries to, which it's fine, when you have a Pan African sentiment, you try to think on the basis of, the progress of all Africans. But when you start to, change history and deny history that the experts have already established, that's a problem with Fulanicists like me. I'm a Fulanicist, I'm an Africanist, I'm a Wolofist, I'm a Mandinkaist. Most of these groups in West Africa, especially the Sahelian region, because I have a lot of ancestry from the Sahel, and I do have some information, some more information coming up about people groups from further south in the tropics, like in the Congo region, Shunlaka culture, the Kintampo culture that was in prehistoric Ghana, the people that might have led up to Asante people, the ancient Ile Ife people. It takes time. It takes time to release this type of information when you really value the information and you value what people are hearing. Because I don't really want to put out false information. Now, if I make incorrect claims, I'll put it upon myself and as an obligatory measure to correct it publicly. Okay, so Takrur, Sokoto, and Messina. Okay, so we also learned that Fulani most of them abandoned the nomadic lifestyle and they settled down as they became more assimilated or they absorbed other groups of people. And we know this. We know this. Fulanis were also an expansionist type of group. They went to war with several groups, just like the Mandinka people, and they absorbed people that were from other groups and they might not have any genetic ties to Fulani, but to themselves, they identify as Fulani because they were brought up as Fulani. They speak the Fulani language. They practice the Fulani culture. So when we talk to these Pan Africans, especially the ones that's not really familiar with the science behind African populations and African history, a lot of them don't understand population shifts, and they don't understand cultural shifts. They don't understand linguistic shifts. They don't understand that people change they don't even speak the language that their ancestors spoke. Like Berbers in North Africa and Egyptians. They try to say that they're not Egyptians because they speak Arabic. That's okay if that's the case. You're not African because you speak English. You are not Nigerian because you speak English. You're not Senegalese. You don't have any Senegalese ancestry because you speak English. That's the type of foolery that we're dealing with when we have these conversations. So anyway, we know that it's probably people that identify as Fulani that probably not even genetically tied, or they might have had one or two ancestors that were connected to Fulani. And I'm not saying that they don't have no right to claim that they are Fulani. I'm not saying that. I'm just speaking about the facts. Okay, this expansion was accompanied by a process of group absorption, like I just said, of sedentary peoples called Fulanization that led to shifts in ethnic identity on some sedentary peoples, as has been described in northern Cameroon. However, several Fulani groups retained their mobile lifestyle, relying on the transhumance of their livestock and cattle milking. These fully nomadic, or at least semi-nomadic groups, are still present in several Sahelian locations, especially in Mali, Niger, Central African Republic, and Burkina Faso. All Fulani speak the Fufude Niger Congo West Atlantic language, consistent of their with their postulated West African ancestry. Similar to other pastoralists, the Fulani experience specific selection specific selection pressures, probably associated with the lifestyle characterized by transhumance and herding. Lactase persistence is a widely studied genetic trait, with the evidence of recent selection in populations who adopted pastoralism and heavily rely on dairy products, especially drinking fresh milk. The lactose persistence is associated with the control element LCT gene on the chromosome 2. Specific polymorphisms in this region prevent the downregulation of the LCT gene during adulthood and confer the ability to digest lactose after weaning. The LP trait is particularly frequent in Northern European populations, pastoralists from East Africa, farmers and pastoralists from the Arabian Peninsula, and Arab-speaking pastoralists from Northeast Africa, and the Sahel Savannah Belt, To date, 5 different variants conferring LP in populations across the globe have been identified. The independent genetic backgrounds of these polymorphisms suggest convergent adaptation with populations with dairy producing domesticated animals. So, what that means, the word convergent, that basically explains the origins of Fulanis. It means that one group might not have practiced uh lactate consumption or lactose consumption. They came together. That's what convergent means. Go to Google and type in the word converge. What does converge mean? What does it mean to converge? It means they came together. They came together and they started producing kids or humans with both traits from people that didn't consume milk and traits from people that did consume milk. So what does that mean? More than likely, the kids are going to adopt lifestyles from both parents. From both parents. A lot of these Pan Africans also they have religious leanings when it comes to paternal or patriarchy. They think everything scientifically is about the father, and that's not true. That's not true. And one way I know that is because Al, which is a Muslim, a professing Muslim, not sure if he practices Islam, but he's a Muslim. Okay, he says that that they didn't practice nomadism, they didn't practice pastoralism, they weren't nomads. You know, he claims that he claims like he paternal, like he's a paternalist or a patriarchist, but he denies, you know, the cultural contributions that they possibly received from their paternal ancestors. You know, a lot of these guys have even made claims that you are what your father is, and that's not true. That's simply not true. When you come to the science of a human being, the total complete makeup of a human being, you are not what your father is. You are what both parents. You receive 50% of information from both parents, not just your father. Okay. These guys, I'm gonna just keep it real. Like some people are good at some stuff and some people aren't. Like when it comes to recent political history, I'm not the master of that. Okay, I don't read a lot of material on that, which I should. And when it comes to African prehistory and ancient history, I'm better at that. And population genetics and diversity, I'm better at that than some of these other guys. And I just think that it's a reluctance to admit that. I don't have a problem sitting back, listening and saying, "Hey, I don't know that," or just asking questions about a particular history, some recent history that happened politically or economically. I don't have a problem with that. But it seems like everybody got to know everything. But when somebody steps in the room that knows something that they don't know, then I'm all wrong, which that's fine. I just want brothers to be able to sit back here and learn. I just want you to be able to learn from what the experts are saying. And that's what I say. I say what the experts say. Okay. So far, we've proved Al wrong again. He's wrong. He's saying that, they have no North African, well, he said that they had North African components, but he also said that, you know, North Africans don't have anything to do with their ancestry. But he also knows the knowledge. He also has the knowledge of Tuaregs being descendants of North Africans that settled in the Sahara Desert or the Sahel. Some of them even live in the Sahel. And they live in Chad and Niger. Tuaregs live in Mali. Tuaregs live in Chad. Tuaregs live in Niger. I just don't understand. How can you sit here and contradict yourself? How can you sit here and contradict yourself? It's easy to do that when you on a panel full of people that don't really know the specifics of the topic. It's easy to do that, but that's why I've been wanting to have an open discussion with Brandon and Al and Casta because it's an opportunity to learn, and maybe somebody else that has more of a scientific understanding, from the expertise information, of African population history and diversity. But these guys, they all like people like Al. He all over the place. He all over the place. He don't know the difference from Takwur and Tukalur. He don't know. He think first he said the Futa Jalon. He said Futa Chalon was the earliest Fulani state. Then he said Tukalur was the earliest Fulani state. Then when I finally checked them on the dates that when the Tukalur Empire existed, then he took it back and said, "Oh yeah, you right. It was Takur." Like, come on, bro. Futa Toro, the place name of the Takur Empire. Futaturo, the name that the Fulani called that area. That is the earliest place of the Fulani state. That's where Fulanis developed their first state. And it wasn't just Fulanis, it was still people that was there that was Sarir people, which I believe that Sarir peoples are some of the ancestors of Fulani. You know, it but it was people that were diverged from Fulanis. It was people that were still ethnic Sarir people. They were the original leadership of Tekrur. Okay, but when Fulani people got into leadership of Tekrur, you know, then they started to implement Sharia law because they became Muslims around that time, or somewhere in between there, they became Muslims, or they accepted Islam. They accepted the invitation to Islam. Okay, and when they by the time of War Jabe, which is he's one of the earliest militant preachers, Fulani militant preachers of Islam. When he got in leadership, he implemented Sharia on the whole of Takrur, which caused a lot of people that were still ethnic Sarir to move further south, deeper into Senegal. Okay, so a lot of this stuff, you know, we all know. Like if me and Al was on this live right now discussing this, we know Al will be getting walked. Like you will be getting walked, bro. I could run circles around you with this Fulani stuff. But the thing is, you had other people that's with you that don't know what I'm talking about, and they don't know what they talking about, and they just sitting there co-signing with you. And it's easy to when you have a weak foundation in the history, it's easy to say, "Oh yeah, you're right. He don't know what he's talking about." It's easy because if you have a strong foundation in the not in the information, then you wouldn't even take that as any type of power. You wouldn't use that to your advantage because you can stand alone. The information that you present could stand alone and isolated, and it would go against what I'm saying by itself without anybody trying to ad lib into the conversation. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And that's why I said I could take you, I could take Brandon, and I could take Caster Zulu, all three at the same time in an orderly fashion. And I could defeat you in a debate, about this. The fact that Brandon said that Tuaregs were black, which is not true, and the fact that Al is trying to deny the Tuareg ancestry of Fulanis, that proves that y'all don't even agree. Y'all don't even agree, and it proves both of y'all have a limited understanding of the conversation. You have a limited knowledge of Fulani. You don't know Fulani history. You don't know the origins of Fulani. And the Fulani origins are still being debated. They're still being discussed. But one thing that is plain and simple, and it has been conceded among scholars, is that Fulanis do have North African ancestry because it's present in their genome. And the ability to consume milk, which is the lactate alleles that's present in their genome. Got to stop with this nonsense. We got to stop with this nonsense. I really hope some of these guys come across this and watch it. So I'm not going to let's read the results. I'm not going to read all this because I don't want to bore y'all more than y'all are bored now. But I'll just read a couple of things in here. Hold on. So studies, wait a minute. Studies based on uniparent studies based on uniparental markers reported high frequency of Western Eurasian and North African mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome haplogroups in the Fulani than in neighboring populations. However, studies on ALU insertions did not lead to similar results, connecting instead the Fulani with East African pastoralists, maybe perhaps like Nilotic, Nilo-Saharan people. In this study, we analyzed genome-wide single nucleotide polymorphisms data or SNP data from 53 Fulani pastoralists from Ziniair or Ziniad, Burkina Faso. And we got a chart. We got a genetic chart from Fulani pastoralists from this same area that I'm going to present to you guys after I read another article that's going to destroy Al's claim. Burkina Faso to investigate the history of the Fulani population and the patterns of Eurasian admixture in their genome, and to uncover the origins of the LP variant they carry. We performed genome-wide selection scans to investigate the strength of the selection of the LP region and to identify other additional genomic regions that experience selection during processes of adaptation to herding lifestyles in the Fulani. Lastly, we attempt to identify additional genomic regions associated with the ability of digesting milk during adult life by performing, for the first time in published research, a genome-wide association study on the lactose tolerance phenotypes in adults. The result says Fulani ancestry and admixture. We started by investigating the genetic affinities of the Fulanis from the Ziniyar in Burkina Faso using a set of comparative populations from Africa, Europe, and the Near East. The principal component analysis, PCA, clusters the Fulanis with groups with other West Africans while displaying some genetic affinities to Eurasians. This prevalent, and when they say Eurasians, they don't mean Europeans. They're talking about North Africans, okay? Because North Africans have Eurasian affinities. Because at an early time, when haplogroup E split, they married women that had North African and Eurasian genetics, and sub-Saharan men that had haplogroup E, their ancestors married women that had sub-Saharan African genetics. This prevalent West African component was also visible in population structure analyses, where the Fulani from the Ziniyar in Burkina Faso have ancestry fractions of 74.5% West African and 21%, I'm gonna say, 21.4% European and 4.1% African origin, or I said African origin, East African origin at K equal 3. We observed a similar genetic structure among all other Fulani groups in our data set, except for the Fulanis from Gambia. We noticed that some individuals in this group display a higher European ancestry component than others, suggesting some degree of substructure in this population. This result might suggest recent additional admixture between Fulani groups from the Gambia and West African neighboring groups, or alternatively, a shift in ethnic identity. You don't want to look at the Fulani groups in the Gambia because they're going to have more North African or Eurasian ancestry. The facts is the facts. I know it's something that y'all don't like, but we as a people, we got to get more associated with liking the facts and using the facts to our advantage. Okay, I don't really understand this graph here, So we'll just take a look at the graph and then we'll read what it says about the graph. Okay, so we have Niger Congo with all these different groups. We have Nilo Sahara, Nilo Saharan people with all their different groups. Songhai, Samburu, Nubian, Maasai, Kanimbu, Daza, Turkana. Then we have Afro-Asiatic people, Amhara, Oromo, Somali, North Somali, South Somali, West Oromo, Central Oromo, Arab, Mozabites, that's Berber, Qatar, that's probably Yemeni Arabs, then Indo-European Czechs and Slovaks, Central Europeans, Finns or Finnish people, British people, Iberians, and Tuscans. So we're gonna look at what it says. A is a geographic locations of samples used in this study. It's a map generated using R package maps. B is a principal component analysis, and C is a population average cluster analysis for K3, 5, and 7 of the merged data set of 1,355 individuals and 297,954 autosomal single nucleotide polymorphisms. Okay. Full results of the cluster analyses are available in additional file 2. So it says here, we inferred the time of admixture in Fulani genomes based on patterns of linkage in the decay, disequilibrium decay with a generation time of 29 years, and found evidence for 2 admixture events between groups with West African and European ancestries. Additional, and remember, when I say European, when they say European, they don't mean, even though they did test them against some European populations, they the information isn't really talking about modern Europeans. It's talking about people that lived in North Africa and Eurasia. Okay, because ancient North Africans lived in different locations. Okay, they diverged from different locations. They lived in North Africa, and some of them lived in the Near East because the North Africa and the Sahara, it went through different phases. It went through an African monsoon period, and it went through dry periods. Why would somebody with any common sense that want to survive and prolong their lineage, why would they want to live in the desert when they're looking for food, especially living a hunter-gatherer lifestyle? You can't find food in the desert when you live in a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. You got to go where it's green at. Okay, you got to go where it's green. So sometimes those people might have went up the coast and went to the Near East, into the Levant where they were farming at. People just don't understand this stuff, man. They just don't understand this stuff. With a generation time, okay, Western African and European ancestries. The first admixture event is dated to 1,828 years ago. That's almost 2,000 years ago. That's probably when they originated. 95% confidence interval between a parental population related to the West African ancestry groups in our oldest data set, Jola, Gurmanchi, Gurunsi, and Igbo, and in a parental population carrying European ancestry related to Northwest Europeans, CEU, Iberians, British, Tusans, Tuscans, and Czechoslovaks. And that's probably the Ibero-Maurutians. Those are probably the ancient Ibero-Maurutians, the ancient Mectoys of North Africa. Okay, the reason why they cluster with these people because they have those people in these countries. They have similar genetics, so they cluster closer with them than other populations. And some of those people might have spread and they might have lived and they might have seeded different populations in Europe or different European populations. The second admixture event is dated to more recent times, about 302 years ago, and occurred between the West African group with broadly similar ancestries compared to the first admixture event in the European group. However, this European group is more related to present day Southwest Europeans, Iberians, and Tuscans. Okay. In addition, and that's how you know the older Europeans, they're not necessarily talking about what you want to think that is talking about white people, you know, even though it doesn't matter what color they are, because that doesn't really determine race. You know, race isn't really real. You can't really determine race using science. All you can do is determine, a population that someone may be closer to. That's it. That's all you can do. All you can do is determine the distance, how far somebody is, or how close somebody is to a particular standardized population. That's all you can really do. So these older Europeans are probably more than likely they're probably old Northwest African from the Tafarot megalithic or Mesolithic sites in Northwest Africa in the Maghreb. Okay, that's probably who they are, and they probably give me a sec. I'm about to change where I'm at. Give me a second. My bad, my bad. I had to make some arrangements real quick. But yeah, I mean, you should be able to understand these ancient populations, these ancient European like populations that were actually Northwest Africans. Uh, because I have a short that I made. It's called the Lamuila, the not the Lamuila culture, which is actually the Ibero Maurutians, okay, which were Northwest African mectoids that were indigenous to Northwest Africa, you know, and probably Southern Europeans, Western Europeans too. They share some type of maybe they diverge from those maybe those two populations diverge from each other and they might share a common ancestry. Okay. We reconstructed the local ancestry of the region surrounding the T13910 allele and across chromosome 2 for three Fulani groups. Fulani from Ziniade combined with West Central African Fulani and Fulani from Gambia, assuming either two or three ancestral sources: West African, European, and European from the high density dataset A, and West African, European, and North African from the lower density dataset B. The European genome proportions in the LP region were 0.519 and 0.491 for the two datasets respectively, and in both cases, all segments carrying the T13910 allele were assigned to a European ancestry. The region the region extends for over uh, 2 MB and contains 8 genes, including LCT and MCM6. And haplotype lengths are similar in other Fulani groups in the dataset. For the dataset where North Africans were included as a parental population, the region near the LP variant departs 5.58 standard deviations from the genome-wide average of European ancestry. Where am I at? Looking in closer detail at the haplotype structure of this region, we observe that the haplotype carrying the mutation occurs at high frequency and show decreased diversity surrounding the T13910 alleles compared to the alternative ancestral C13910 allele. Okay. Furthermore, in haplotype networks of the region, the haplotypes carrying the T13910 allele in the Fulani cluster with European haplotypes. Our results therefore strongly support that the T13910 LP allele occurs on a European haplotype background and was introduced into Fulani genomes by admixture rather than occurring as an independent conversion adaptation event. So what they're saying is the non-European or the non-North African component that contributed to genetic information to the Fulani genome, they admixed with a population that had affinities to North Africa and Europe. Okay, the reason why the European is so stressed in here is because they did a test against European populations that didn't have the North African population present. And then they did a test with the European and the North African against the Fulani. Okay. So, bro, I'm not an expert at all this genetic information, but I am learning more and more. And I know compared to what you be talking about, it's like expert. It's very superior to what you be talking about. Like, come to my channel and present some information that you're not gonna change when it's tested by me. Please come to my channel, because every time you on your channel, your arguments don't hold no weight. The only time they hold weight is when you on Brandon channel, because Brandon don't really have a full grasp on this stuff. So he co-signing with you based off of a quick search on Google. and he might not even be reading the information clearly. To examine this particular source population was a likely candidate for this postulated European contact. We extracted all European-like segments across the Fulani genomes. We performed F3 outgroup analyses on the region showing a European background on a data set with a separate North African component in the Fulani genomes. Extended data set B, additionally, whatever, the European-like segments show the highest shared drift with Sardinians and French Basque populations. Maybe some of the Fulani admixed with French and Sardinians. I mean, Senegal was French Sudan. Mali was French Sudan. You know, it was colonized by the French. So that makes, and I'm pretty sure non-Fulani people probably have some of these French admixtures. French, aka Sardinian or slash Sardinian admixtures. That's why when you talking about history and population shifts and stuff like that, it's good to go back and try to understand genetics because the genetics coincide with the history. Okay. French Basque populations, although based on the confidence intervals, we could not specifically pinpoint any of the European groups included in the test. A previous study has reported a Mozambique like or Berber like component in the Fulani from Burkina Faso and Niger, raising the possibility that the source population for the European admixture fraction could be a North African origin. This is difficult to observe in our clustering results since the Fulani formed their own cluster before a North African component becomes visible. That means Fulanis have this, they have genetics that's distinguishable from other West Africans and from Berbers. That's what I be trying to tell Al, as soon as you mention a non-black African, this how racist these dudes are. As soon as you mention a non-black African, might have something to do with a black or a supposed black African that looks black, I guess. He doesn't want to hear anything else that you got to say. No, 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 no. It doesn't have anything to do with Tuaregs. Okay. But anyway, Berbers have their own, I mean, not Berbers, but Fulanis, they have their own cluster. Okay, that means they have their own genome. Like they have their own genetic marker that is distinguishable from Berbers and other sub-Saharans like Sareers, Igbos, Wolofs, people like that. We therefore reran the clustering analysis with a supervised approach and observed that the ancestry components of the Mozambique group could explain the non-West African genetic variation in the Fulani. To further investigate the origin of the European ancestry segments in the Fulani, we analyzed the flanking regions of European segments in their genome. We observed a significant enrichment of North African ancestry in regions flanking European fragments. What did I just say? What did I just say? I just said that ancient North Africans were the ancestors of some of these Europeans. I told you that. I just told you that. I just told you. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I do know more of what I'm talking about than you. I know a lot more about what I'm talking about than you. I'm sorry, bro. And I don't say that with no disrespect. I'm just saying, like, bro, you just gotta take your ill, bro. Just take your L. There's nothing wrong with taking the L, bro. There's nothing wrong with taking the L. I remember when I first met Brandon on Pan Africanism Strikes Back, watching his video, and he made a claim. He made a claim that African American vernacular English it basically has its roots. It has its roots from Cracker English. You know, Europeans from the Scottish fringe of northern British Isles, and he gave me some source information, some source documents, and and I didn't even agree with him. I did not agree with him. I felt like it had more West Africanisms. But come to find out, I'm probably wrong. I was probably wrong. Now, I'm not saying that it's no West African influence, but you know, when you compare African American English to the pidgin English that's spoken by Nigerians and people from the islands and stuff like that, it's totally different. It's totally different. So sometimes you just gotta take a L, dog. And that time I took my L. You know, I took my L, bro. And I expect y'all to do the same thing. Like if you don't know the information, bro, you just don't know it. You just don't know it. Okay, to further investigate the origin of European ancestry segments in the Fulani, we analyzed the flanking regions of European segments in their genomes. We observed a significant enrichment of North African ancestry in regions flanking European fragments. On average, European fragments in Fulani genomes are flanked by North African segments with a frequency of 0.302. To test for enrichment, we perform a bootstrapping test by randomly drawing fragments in the genome and recording their flanking regions, and observe a highly significant association between European and North African segments in the Fulani genomes. These results suggest that it is unlikely that both ancestries would have been introduced by separate gene flow events. To further test this, we simulated admixture scenarios. Admixtures and inferred the expected proportion of European haplotypes surrounded by North African ancestry in case of independent admixture events. If the European and North African segments were introduced by independent contact with a European and North African groups, respectively, we would expect on average that admixed segments would follow a random distribution across the genomes. In the 100 simulated populations, we did not observe similar frequencies of European segments being surrounded by North African segments at the frequency we observed in the Fulani from Ziniade, Burkina Faso, indicating that the two ancestries, at least in this Fulani population from Ziniade, were not introduced by two separate events. This scenario was further confirmed by testing specific demographic models using admixture graphs. A model describing the Fulani as an admixed group between Mozambique and in a West African group, probably the Sarir, because they have I have linguistic text or linguistic materials that shows primitive cognates or primitive roots that's shared between Sarirs and Pular. See, I've been dealing with this stuff for years, bro. I've been dealing with this stuff for years. So I just be laughing when some of these guys say what they say. But, I don't mean it in a, you know, I'm not trying to be like no a-hole about it, but it's just funny because they make these claims with authoritative intent, which you don't even have the information. You don't have enough information to make the claim with that type of intent. Like I could ask you a simple question about Fulani history, like are Fulani genomes. What's the Fulani? What are some of the paternal haplogroup lineages of Fulani men? You're not gonna know. You are not going to know. So how can you go against this information when you don't even have the prerequisites to discuss it? You don't even have the prerequisites to discuss it. Come on, man. It's very disingenuous to do that. That's like that's like you know the E equals MC theory of relativity. That's like somebody that don't have a clue what E equals MC is, and they trying to tell Albert Einstein that, you know, E does not equal MC. Like, really, bro? Really? That's like somebody that didn't even pass or they didn't study pre-algebra and they trying to evaluate an algebraic function. And somebody evaluated algebraic function. They came up with the evaluation, you know, with the hidden variables, and then they present it to somebody that doesn't have a clue, and they trying to tell them that they wrong, but you don't even know how to. You don't even know how to solve or evaluate a function algebraically. You don't know how. You don't know how. So you don't even have the prerequisites to discuss this conversation. You don't have the prerequisites, bro. You don't have the information flowing through your head. You don't have a foundation in this conversation. And that's why I just be calling boys out like, bro, you lying. You lying, bro. Next time I get on his channel and I'm talking to LL, because I know they don't want to have this debate, I'm just gonna ask you a simple question that I know you can't answer. And then everybody will know that this guy is not reliable. He's not reliable. Okay. This scenario was further. Did I read that? However, when both Europeans and North Africans are included in the admixture graph models, a model that assumes that European ancestry is first admixed into North African ancestry and then introduced into the Fulani, whereas the model where Europeans directly mix with West Africans to produce the Fulani is not significant. Bang, we got that shit over with. Okay, so let's go somewhere else. Let's go to another source that was written by Razib Khan, which is a known geneticist, a known genetic expert. He actually been on I don't know if you guys watch Dagger Squad, but he been on what's that guy's name? Man, I forgot his name. Garfield. He been on Garfield channel. Garfield, y'all need to subscribe to his channel too, because he have a lot of genetic experts and a lot of experts about history on his channel. I want to try to get to that level one day, but I really don't know how. But I'm gonna just keep on trying, But anyway, let's read let's read a paper written by Razib Khan. Where is it? I believe this is it. All right. Let me make sure I'm off the screen so you guys can see everything. Okay. Get all these dumbass ads off of here. right. Let's make sure that Razib Khan is the author. The Fulani have an old Berber element by Razib Khan. Let's read about Razib Khan real quick. Let's read about Razib Khan real quick. Give me a second. I guess they don't have nothing about Razib Khan. Oh, I guess these are other papers that he wrote, that he produced. So he produced a paper called 1 in 200 Men Are Direct Descendants of Genghis Khan. He produced The Sciences, Endings, and Beginnings. He produced Health, the FDA, and 23andMe. He produced Planet Earth, Our Ancestors are Part of Us, or the other way around. He produced Planet Earth, The Long First Age of Mankind. He produced Planet Earth, The Color of Life as a Coincidence. He produced The Sciences. Is that white supremacist part black? Uh, he produced Planet Earth. Isn't he special? Uh, the Sciences, Bio RXIV is here. The Sciences, The Right Science, The Sciences, Open Thread. And he produced a health article. Selection happens, but where, when, and why. So obviously, this guy's a scientist. He's a geneticist. This is not just some Eurocentric dude. It's not just some Afrocentric clown, you know, uh, just talking out the side of his neck. All right. So the Fulanis have an old Berber element by Razib Khan, written in 2012, but last updated in 2019. So he updated the information. Okay. This is a map of actual North Africans where they populate mostly. Tamazight, Northwest Africa. That's where some of the super ancient Berbers and some of their ancestors came from. And you see the difference. This is for Brandon. The difference of the colors. Okay, Arabic speakers. You know, Afro-Asiatic. Arabic is still an Afro-Asiatic language, so it has, it does descend from African, languages, but Semitic is spoken outside of Africa, so that's the difference. So it might have some non-African elements to it, but uh, Afro-Asiatic, which is Egyptian, they speak Arabic too, but at one point they spoke Egyptian. They didn't speak Arabic. Okay, so languages like that. But think about the people that's still speaking Afro-Asiatic languages. They serious about their Africanness, despite what you think about them, because they not black. You know, being black does not make you more African than somebody else. Being darker skinned does not make you more African than somebody else. What makes you more African is genetics and historical and cultural continuity. Okay, but anyway, after the second Hennet Al paper, I did download the data. Unfortunately, there are only 62,000 single nucleotide polymorphisms intersecting with the HGDP. This is somewhat marginal for fine grained admixture analysis, though sufficient for PCA, from what I recall. That being said, the intersection with the HapMap datasets runs from 190,000 SNPs to the full 250,000 SNPs. So, so I've been experimenting a fair amount in the past few days, and I thought I would post on the one issue which was clear in the original paper, but which I have replicated. This is a Fulani girl. She probably from the Sahel. which is more closer to their original homeland. Bro, you can see the Berber elements. You can see the Berber elements. Anyway, that's just lookership. We're not gonna go by lookership. The Fulani Fula people of Western Sahel seem to have a relatively old West Eurasian component, which was distinct, which has distinct affinities with the Maghribi element discerned by Hen et al. In fact, the non-sub-Saharan African ancestry of the Fulani is almost exclusively of this origin. To me, this serves as a particular mirror of what you see in the Cushitic and Ethiopic Semitic peoples of the far east of the Sahel Sudan latitudinal region. These populations also seem to be compounds of a sub-Saharan element, like I said, with a West Eurasian one or a North African. Just ignore the West Eurasian because I know y'all like to cry about that. Y'all like to cry about that. All that means is North Africans have affinities with West Asians. That's it. They look similar to West Asians. They have some genetic components. West Asians, they have remote links to West Asians. It doesn't mean they're not African. They're just talking about North Africans. One, well, the West Asian, the West Eurasian, and East Africa, when they talking about East Africa, they talking about the Natufian peoples that, and they're talking about people that admix with with ancient prehistoric Nilotic populations that lived in East Africa, okay, which were the predecessors of Ethiopic people or Cushitic looking people or Ethiopic type peoples. My bad, I'm eating some Skittles. Okay. But in their case, the admixture is almost exclusively from a southwestern Eurasian Arabian component. So they're talking about the Ethiopians or the Cushitic types. They're not talking about Fulani, okay? So let's not get mad about that and cry racism about that and say they're not African. But Europeans are Africans. I mean, I say Europeans. Ethiopians are Africans. I'm sorry. Ethiopians are Africans, but we all know they have a Southwest Asia component. It is what it is. Geographically, these two symmetric admixture events make sense. But the exclusivity is still a bit surprising. Additionally, in both the case of the Fulani and the Ethiopian and Cushitic groups, the admixture is widely distributed and even enough to imply that they are old events. Old events way before you Eurocentrics and you Egyptomaniac Afrocentrics existed. Way before Europeans invented black and white. Not even just Europeans didn't even invent black and white. Semitic people and Greeks. I really think the Greeks and the Romans were the first ones to invent black and white. So they were Europeans. They weren't Western Europeans because Romans and Greeks were the first ones to describe Africa. They named Africa, which was North Africa, and then they went further south where the blacks or the darker skinned Africans was, and they called that Ethiopian, burnt faced people. Because they never seen people with dark skin like that. So they assumed that their skin was burnt. Maybe they didn't even assume it. Maybe they were just trying to describe it. Okay? It's not racism. It's just people with a lack of better words trying their best to describe what they see. That's it. We gotta stop being so prone to crying about shit. Because when you deal with facts, when you deal with factual evidence, and you deal with history and population information, you're not always gonna like what you see. But you it's not really meant for you to like it. It's just meant for you to deal with the information and do something with it. Geographically, these two symmetric admixture events make sense, but the exclusivity is still a bit surprising. Additionally, in both the case of the Fulani and the Ethiopian and Cushitic groups, the admixture is widely distributed and even enough to imply that they are old events. I also assume this because in some admixture runs a quote unquote pure Fulani cluster partitions out, which is not unexpected for stabilized hybrid populations. Parentheses, notice he put in parentheses, all human populations are stabilized hybrids if you go back far enough. That includes you pro-black people. Black people are they are not one group of people. Okay. Let's get that shit out of our head. If you gonna follow this channel, get it out your head that I don't agree with colors. Skin color does not make you the same type of people. It doesn't. To give you a flavor of what I'm talking about here, what I'm talking about, here are some screenshots of a run with current, which is currently going. It has 180,000 markers. I removed Tunisians in many African populations from the Hinet Al data set and included the Utah whites from the haplomap. The individual plots showed the ancestral proportions for each Fulani in the data set. These are the data sets. Okay. And he explains what you're looking at. So what we can see here, first, let's reiterate something. As in the case of the populations of the Horn of Africa, the West Eurasian element in the Fulani is difficult to find in pure form in the populations from which it putatively derived. What does that imply? I think that means that the Fulani have an origin in relatively recent historic time in order in the order of 2,000, not 10,000 years ago. That is because I am skeptical that the Fulani would be able to maintain genetic distinctiveness for 10,000 years from other populations around them. In contrast, the last 2,000 years have seen the rise of various cultural institutions, from trans-Saharan nomadism to Islam, which might slow down admixture sufficiently to maintain the differences between the Fulani and their neighbors. It also implies to me that the non-Maghribi Near Eastern element which Hinet al discerned is a relatively recent phenomenon in Northwest Africa. That's probably talking about the Arab invasion. Okay, the Arabs would have a non-Maghribi Near Eastern element. That's who would have that. That's for Brandon that thinks all North Africans are Arabs just because they not black. Because he thinks African means black. No, Africa means the continent of Africa. That's what Africa means. It's a continent where different races of people live, and they are Africans. They have different cultures, they have different lifestyles, they eat different type of food, and they've been in Africa for thousands of years. Just like in Asia, you have different races of people, you have different lifestyles, you have different diets, you have different anything, different subsistence patterns, everything. That's what y'all don't understand. Africa does not mean black. Africa, when you say Africa, you're not talking about people. You're talking about land, a land mass. Okay, what does that imply? I think that that means that the Fulani have an origin in relatively recent historic time. Okay, I read that already. Let's see here. How recent? Probably from look, this verifies what I'm saying. Probably from classical antiquity down to the Muslim period. Observed that many North African groups have a red European element. This may be from Near Eastern populations, but I suspect that the fraction here is just too high to be explained by that. Also, you can see above that some groups in Morocco nearly have as much of this as Egyptians, but far less of the more genuine Near Eastern components. That's because those people are not Middle Eastern people. They're North Africans. Okay. In all likelihood, the Western Eurasian component came to the Fulani via the look. This gonna destroy Al claim. It totally destroys it. In all likelihood, in all hold on. Man, why it's not highlighting it? Whatever. Okay, here it is. In all likelihood, the West Eurasian component came to Fulanis via the Tuaregs or related or antecedent population. Bro, sit down, bro. I will run circles around you, bro. I will run circles around you, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. So if you type the Tuareg, you would probably get a better sense of the pure or Maghribi genetic profile. These genetic results also can serve as fodder to understanding the ethnogenesis of the landscape of the Sahel. In the map above, it is interesting to observe that the Hausa speak an Afro-Asiatic language, even though their West Eurasian component is far lower than the Fulani, who speak Niger Congo dialects. What gives? I suspect that the difference here is that the Hausa are a case of elite emulation of a cultural complex which was more integrated and elaborated by the time it arrived on the West African scene. This explains how there could be a language shift, while in the case of the Fulani, there was none. Another hypothesis is that Afro-Asiatic derived from sub-Saharan Africa itself, and the Chadic Hausa group are basal, which means close to the oldest, to the phylogeny. I'll let readers explore the implications of that. A final aspect, I put the quotations in the title because perhaps the Berber dialect spread via elite emulation, and the original Maghribi ancestors of the Fulani spoke a different language, which has been lost. As they say, for every answer there blooms a thousand questions. This guy, Raziv Khan, he's a real geneticist. He's a real geneticist. I'm not a real geneticist. I just read and interpret the information. That's all I do. But I use real sources like these guys. All right. So I'm gonna use. Let me see what other sources I got. Let me see what other sources I got. Let me read this real quick because I'm not gonna be on here too much longer. People don't really like they don't like real information. Yeah, this information is not, it's not pro-black, it's not pro-white, it's not. I'm not grifting, to make money off of people that just want to feel better about themselves. This is for people that want to learn. They just want to learn about Africa. They want to learn about African populations. They want to learn what caused African populations to look the way they look. You know, they want to learn about African cultures. They want to learn about African history. They want to learn about African prehistory. That's what this is for. So if you're interested in that, subscribe to this. But if you just want to hear feel good, pro black stuff, you got to find something else. Because I'm not a pro black. I'm not with that. I'm with information. That's what I'm about. Now I am pro Africa, but I'm not with that racism stuff. I'm not with it. Let's just read something real quick. That it's a little paper that was produced in a SciSpace typeset.io, and they just share, it's basically a little cloud where they upload and share scientific papers, genetic studies for different populations. And we'll just read this. The origin of the Fulani people is still largely unknown. However, recent genetic studies suggest that the Fulani may be descendants of ancient groups that settled in the Sahara during its last green phase, which is probably the ancestors of Sarir people and the ancestors of Tuareg people. Okay, around 12,000 to 5,000 years ago. That was the last human phase. That was the last. That's the end. That's the end of the Pleistocene, the beginning of the Holocene, and the all the way to the middle Holocene. These studies also indicate that the Fulani population experienced admixture between the West African group and a group carrying both European and North African ancestries, like likely due to newly adopted herding practices. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Al, you getting your ass whooped, bro. You getting your ass handed to you, even though you ain't watching. I know you probably never gonna watch it, but I hope you do watch it. But you getting your ass handed to you. Okay, so let me pull up something else real quick before we go. Let's pull up genetics. Let's pull it up, baby. Look at this. Now, this is a real genetics chart right here. This is a real genetics chart. This is a real genetics chart. So these are different Fulanis from Burkina Faso, Ziniyade, from the Ziniyade, the state of Ziniyade, Burkina Faso. Okay, it's showing their genetic distances. Okay, these are distances from different populations. It has the source populations that they have are Anatolia, Neolithic, so Neolithic Anatolians, um, uh, Middle Age Bantus, Caucasian hunter gatherers. And when they say Caucasian, they're not talking about what you think of Caucasian. Caucasia is actually a place. Okay, so they're talking about hunter gatherers from Caucasia. They're not talking about Western Europeans. Okay, you need to get that in your thick skulls, your thick pro black, blackity black skulls. Okay, another source population is East African pastoralists. Another one are uh, Neolithic Iranians. Another one is Levantine Arabians. Another source population they went against were Mesolithic North Africans, Ibero-Mauritians. These are the ones that are ancestors of Europeans and Berbers. These are the ones that are ancestors of Europeans and Berbers. Not all, not too many Europeans, but some European populations have these Mesolithic North African components. Okay, another source population are Nilo-Saharan pastoralists. Another one are Pontic steppe, people from the Pontic steppe. Another one is West African foragers. West African foragers. And then another one, the last one is West African hunter gatherers. Okay. Foragers are people that search for food. Hunter gatherers are people that hunt and they gather food, they collect food. But so it's a little difference between foragers and hunter gatherers. Foragers, they find the food, and they eat it. Hunters and gatherers, they hunt and they store food. They gather food and store it because they might use it for something else later. Now the hunters, I'm sure they hunt the food, they kill it and they cook it. But anyway, y'all really got to get educated on this stuff, man, because like people in the Pan African community that have more leaning towards like populations and stuff like that, they looking real weak. They looking real weak, you know. So one Fulani from Ziniade, Burkina Faso, he had his distance or percentage, he had 13% Neolithic Anatolian. He had no Bantu. He had 2% hunter gatherer from Caucasia. He had no East African pastoralist. He had no Iranian. He had no Levantine Arabian. And he had 24% Mesolithic North Africans. 24% Mesolithic North Africans. He had 6.2% Nilotic pastoralists. He had 0% Pontic. He had 54% West African forager. That's the ad mix of Fulanis, bro. That's the ad mix. That's what most modern Fulanis are ad mixed with. But I'm pretty sure ancient Fulanis were probably more Mesolithic North African and probably maybe they were like 50-50. They were more evenly distributed between the two populations. Let's look at another Fulani from Ziniade, Burkina Faso. He had 9% Anatolia, Neolithic Anatolia, 0% Bantu, 0.6% hunter-gatherer from Caucasia. He had 0% East African pastoralist. He had 0% Iranian. He had 1.8% Arabian, so he probably had a Arab ancestor. He might have had an Arab ancestor, but that tells you that Arabs and white North Africans are not the same people. This should show you that Arabs and white North Africans are not the same people. But he also had 23.8% Mesolithic North Africans. 23.8% Mesolithic Ibero-Mauritian North Africans. And he had 5.2% Nilo-Saharan. He had 1.6% Pontic steppe. He had 58.0 or 58% West African forager. Most of these, one thing that we can see easily is that a lot of these guys, they have low hunter-gatherer percentage and they have very low They have some have higher than others, but they have low Bantu ancestry. They have low Bantu ancestry. Low Bantu ancestry. So I'm just telling you, bro, like y'all think because somebody black and they from West Africa that they the same people. And I'm not trying to cause division. I'm just trying to get people to respect African diversity. Like you can't put everybody under this black umbrella. Like you doing the same thing. You just continuing colonialism. You just continuing white European, Western European colonialism. That's all you doing. But you say that you against that. Okay, let's look at this other Fulani, number 3 from Ziniyade. He had 10.4 Anatolia Neolithic. He had 0 Bantu. He had 0 Caucasian. He had 0 East African. He had 1.8 Iran, Neolithic Iranians. He had 0 Arab. He had 26% Mesolithic North African. 26% Mesolithic North African. 56.8% West African foragers. He had 5% Nilotic. 5% Nilotic. So he got Nilo-Saharan, probably like Dinka type or maybe Songhai or whatever ancestry. And Songhai, even though they both speak Nilo-Saharan languages, they look totally different from Dinkas. Songhai people look like some Songhais look like Berbers, and some look like like Mandinka people or Fulani people. Let's find another Fulani from Ziniyadi. Let's look at this guy right here. He another Fulani from Ziniyadi. Let's get closer. Let's look at this guy. 13.2% Anatolia. 2.4% Bantu, middle age, agricultural. 1.8% hunter-gatherer from Caucasia. 31.8% Mesolithic North African, bro. 31%. And 48% West African forager, bro. Like that boy Al, he lying on the Fulanis, bro. He say he Fulani, but he don't got pride. He only got pride in his black or his, I ain't gonna say black, but he only got pride in his sub-Saharan ancestry. He don't have pride in his North African ancestry. If he really Fulani. I'm really starting to think that some of these guys not Fulani, really. You know, they really not Fulani. They don't have no Fulani ancestry. Because if they did, they would have took the time out to learn what Fulanis are. You know, they would have took the time out to learn what Fulanis are. I really don't think some of these guys have Fulani ancestry. You know, I think they just ashamed of some of their other ancestry. Because some of you boys be talking about they just one ethnic group or two ethnic groups. Bro, African Americans, we are mixed. We are mixed. We got ancestors from Sahel. We got ancestors from the wet savannah. We got ancestors from North Africa, and we got ancestors from the dry savannah in the Sahel, and from the Congo, from the rainforest, from the African rainforest. Y'all gotta stop, bro. Y'all gotta stop. You know what I'm saying? Y'all really gotta stop, dog. Y'all be being disingenuous. Like genetics don't lie, fam. Genetics don't lie. Like, bro, you can't say you took a genetics test and you only got your genetic makeup from your paternal lineage. Like, that's impossible. You know, when they give you a genetics breakdown of yourself, they give you a genetics breakdown from both of your parents, bro, because you are made of both of your parents. You don't receive information from one person. No, you receive 50% information from you receive uh what is it? 23 chromosomes for your mama and 23 chromosomes from your daddy. Stop. Stop. Stop with the BS. Like you can't fool everybody, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying all Fulani people, or I'm not saying all people that got Fulani ancestry got North Africa present in their genomes, especially African Americans, because African Americans, some of those contributions have been replaced because their ancestors admixed with other Africans from other regions. You know what I'm saying? Like I got cousins that got more North African ancestry than me. You know what I'm saying? And then you never know. They might, because of they lineage, they parents, they kind of separated from me because of marriage of out marriage, like they not like Fulani people in Africa. Like Fulani people in Africa, they marry like they second or third cousin, so that they can keep they Fulani, components. They kids can keep their Fulani components. But African Americans, our ancestors, we married who we could marry. So my Fulani ancestors might have married somebody with Mandinka ancestry. And those people might have married people with Congolese ancestry because a lot of my ancestors came from Louisiana. You know what I'm saying? So y'all, a lot of y'all boys be disingenuous, man. Like boys just don't be knowing what's up. Like, bro, you can't, you can't say that you took a genetics test and you only got one side of your lineage. Like that, it don't work like that, bro. Men got a paternal and a maternal information because we receive the X and the Y chromosome, and all your genetic information ain't even sex chromosomes, sex related chromosomes. You got autosomal information that's attached to you that's inside of those chromosomes. You know, only two of those chromosomes that you receive, 2 out of 46, are sex chromosomes. The rest is autosomal that you receive from each parent. So please stop. Please stop. Like, we got to get to the bottom of this one day. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to keep on pushing the issue, man, because somebody, they either didn't take a DNA test or they just, I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know, dog. But most African Americans have at least one Nigerian ancestry. Most African Americans have at least one Nigerian ancestor. So you can't come to a person like me that been studying this stuff. I'm not an expert, but I compared to some of y'all knowledge, you would think I'm an expert. You know, you can't come to somebody like me talking about, your genetics only match with, you know, uh Senegal and fucking Congo. Like we know that's not true. Oh, my boy Al back on the scene. Oh yeah, we need this. Let's wait on Al to get on. We got Mr. Al about to get on. Let's talk about it. I've been on here for 2 hours already, but we could definitely do it. What's good with it, Al?
Yeah, just get a jara tanara.
Get out about that.
Tanara, jam. Tanara.
Good with it.
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Okay, okay. Um, yeah. Listen, Gido, I don't know what's the argument is about here, but I think the last time we spoke, I said to you, the Fulani, it's not like other tribes. You know, in West Africa we have tribes. You know that are they tribe based on their language groups, right? But these people, like genetically, they're varied. You know, their variation is quite wide. Some of the tribes, even though they're language based, but their genetic can be very close. But a tribe that is a nomadic and a semi-nomadic tribe bound to have a wider variety of genetics, right? Just like all nomadic and semi-nomadic people in the world will have that variety of their genes. But I said to you, there is because I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna try and make it clear once and for all, so we can settle this. Because I don't listen to people who just go on the internet and speak. I listen to the scholars who wrote our history and preserve it, and I follow, some of the stuff. I have read some of the stuff genetically also because I follow the science, the oral, and some of the other aspects, right? So yeah, so the genetics are varied. We are not as a group of people as one race. We are people who are comprised of different group. That's why we look different. Or not all Fulani look the same, depending on the region where you go also, right? I'm sure you can agree with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Just like the genetics, as you pointed out, because you just pointed them out, some of them have higher North African, some of them have less North African. There's one thing we will never been 100% on to say it's about the brothers in the north that they always been in the North African region. There was a time when they came and some people came and mixed with those people in the north, but they never been there throughout history. That's a fact because where Mauritania and Western Sahara, all the way to northern Senegal, that used to be a territory of people like you see in West Africa today. That's where they used to live. In fact, the Ghana Empire itself, Ouagadougou was around that region. But however, the the Fuller people, I don't want to go too far because we're gonna get tangled up. The Fuller people they got four kingdoms, throughout their history in West Africa. But the oldest kingdom that they formed is in their ancestral land in Toro. That's why Fuller people in Senegal, they're known as the Torobe. Yeah, I'm sure you can agree with that. That the Futa Toro is the oldest kingdom of the Fulani in West Africa. Is that correct?
Yep, Futatoro, aka Tech Ruhr.
Yeah. Okay, it's the Kru. So Toro is in northern Senegal to the border to Mauritania. They're still there. They haven't left. That's why they're trying to revive the Green Sahara as we speak. So these people, in fact, there's a tribe. Have you heard about the tribe called the Jola or Gola?
Yeah, the Jola, they live further south in Senegal,
Right.
around the Walla people.
They
Close. No, I
this
think they
this
live mostly in the Gambia.
Yeah, in the Gambia, the Jola. These are the fathers of the Fulani. If you any Jola you ask, they will tell you. Any Fula you ask from that region, they will tell you their fathers are the Jola. If you meet a Jola person, you tell them you're Fulani, the first thing they will tell you, we are your fathers. Because these are the related groups, the Jola, the Fula, the Serere, and the, I forgot the other tribe. But anyway, let's move on. They were different to the other tribe like the Mandinka and the Bambara and the other tribes there, that came there later on. Because a lot of people, for example, today, When you mention the Gambia, they think Mandinka are the people of the Gambia, but they don't realize the Mandinka came to the Gambia later on, right? In fact, they came to spread Islam in the region. But moving on, the the Futa Toro is the oldest kingdom in West Africa. But you know where Morocco is, Mauritania, Morocco is. This is not Africa, and these people that you call the Baba, the Tuaregs today, they've been in that region, for a long time, and we have intermarried with these people over the years. So the fullers that you find, the further north you go, just as you read the genetics, the more you find the Fulanis, even in Mali, in Masina, which is the second kingdom, because we have Fututoro, Masina, then as I've said earlier in Brandon's show, there's an argument between the scholars which one is the oldest between Adamawa or Fute Jalon. Because Fute Jalon and Adamawa, they're quite new kingdoms. They're one of the last kingdoms, that the Fula formed, right? But a lot of people believe Adamawa is the last kingdom. But anyway, those people, the Fulas that live in the Sahel, they're genetically different to those that live in the coast, like those that live in Senegal, to those that live okay, the Fulani in Fututoro, they genetically will be different to those that live in Adamawa. In fact, that's exactly what it pointed out in the recent study,
Can
because
can 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 you come up? Can you come up with a reason on why that's possible?
yes, the reason why, because the Fulani used to expand from the west to the east where Lake Chad is, right? But during Usman Dan Fodio, when obviously they had the jihad, and when the Fula went to settle in that region where Adamawa is today, which is northern Cameroon, we know that area is a Hausa territory, and there's a minority group who split with the other Fulanis from western Nigeria to the east. They went and settled in a majority Hausa area with the Hausa, because the Hausa and the Fulani, they used to be the one that go together, to expand the Islam and capture different territory and bring it under the Sokoto Caliphate. So over the years, those Fulani that end up in the Adamawa state, because they've been so intermarried with the Hausa, they're Niger Congo. Because when you see West African, you need to look at the whether it's Niger Congo or not, right? Because we know Fulani, we are Niger Congo people. Our language that we speak is Niger Congo, right? But however, those Fulani in Adamawa, their genetic is showing strong Afro-Asiatic than Niger Congo. Just like if you look at the Fulani that will be tested in the northern region, like northern Mali, would have more, North African, like a higher percentage of North African than they will have, for instance, other genetics basically. But all of it, most of it, West African always come highest, right? Because I saw you reading all the testing. Which one come as the highest out of all the tests that you read? Is it North African or West African?
It's West African because they live in West Africa, so they admix with people that's more closer to them, which is West Africans. But
Hmm.
the Mesolithic North African component, which is older than modern North Africans, not saying that they too different. They might be similar, but they are way old. It's an old North African component.
Hmm.
This is what's showing up in most Fulanis, and these
Yeah.
Fulanis are in Burkina Faso. That's close to Black African or Sub-Saharan African, West African groups.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm trying to say. Like
No, no,
even
no, no. You don't.
even
You need
though
to slow,
even
slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down.
okay. Well, basically what I'm saying is, even though I agree with what you're saying, yeah, the Fulanis that live in Chad, that live in northern Mali, they probably have recent admixture with Tuaregs,
The
but
old
that
component that
that
you're looking
doesn't.
at. Okay, I have read. Listen, I have read the report on the old Baba component that you're talking about. The old Baba component that you're talking about is not because it's natural. It's It's not originally a Fulani component. It's the type of people that they had the admixture with is their component that you're talking about. Because the results that I properly read, because I'm not just talking based on history, because I read well. I studied in the UK. I know how to read. I definitely saw the factors of the Barber admixture because they done. I read about 5 different reports that came from different countries. In fact, what they're trying to do, they're trying to find out how the Fulani actually had this Berber admixture, this old Berber admixture, Tuareg admixture. Is it because the Fulani used to have this old admixture before they mixed with the Niger Congo, or is it the Niger Congo before the other admixture? All the tests that I read and everything that came back shows they had the West African admixture first, then they end up mixing with these people from the north. That's where they got this old Barber because the old people, the people that they mixed with during those days in the north are not they are not characteristic. Their characteristic and their genetic is no longer the same because it's been dissolved also by other invasions in the north. Because the Berber Tuaregs that you see today, or the Tuaregs or the Berbers that you see in the north today, they're not the same as the people that used to be there back in the days when the Fulanis were interacting with them. Do you understand? Just
What
like
what what days are you talking about?
the years before all different ages, different dynasties, different empires.
Well, most academic papers
Mm.
they they give the Fulani about 2,000 to 1,000 years. Like the Fulani's not even that old, bro.
No, yeah,
Now, now
yeah,
you got the
exactly. No, no,
predecessors of the
no,
Fulani, like for example, like the Jola people and the
yeah,
Sarir people. Now they ancestors, they probably wasn't around for forever neither, but they ancestors that was like them, they probably was around. But the people, like basically what I'm saying is, I'm not saying see what I'm saying is Fulanis came from a fusion of two different type of people. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that
yes,
Fulanis ain't West
no,
Africans. They are West
no,
Africans
no,
because they emerged.
we,
Hold on, I'll let you talk. Let me talk real.
okay, hmm.
I'm not saying that they foreigners from West Africa. I'm saying that they are a convergence of two populations. That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying. They
yes,
were born in West Africa, so that means they West African. Obviously, they had they never had a linguistic shift because they kids spoke Niger Congo. I mean, the scientists even say that. That it ain't no evidence of language shift, but it is a probability that they language might have some elements of an old language that was spoken in North Africa mixed with Niger Congo, because
that may
they do
that
have
may
words and stuff that's different from other Niger Congo words.
just like all the other Niger Congo languages have a slightly different words to the others. Yeah, and this is what I'm trying to say to you. This may and may not. We need to get that out. If it's maybe, you need to just ignore it because we can't make it up.
Nah,
It doesn't.
you can't say. See,
You can't
my,
you
my
can't make
maybe my maybe is based off of what the experts are coming up with. It's not
according
it's
okay
not anything
according
that
to
I'm just coming up with. It's
yes,
coming up
yes.
with
I don't think
it's coming up
we
from the experts.
I don't think we're in disagreement here. I don't understand. I don't see where the
Well, you
disagreement is.
you trying to ignore the Tuareg component from Fulanis, and I don't believe in that. They
No,
are combined of both of those type of people in the West African
absolutely.
to a higher percent.
I
Now,
I
I'm
I
not ignoring the West
I
African component. I'm
I
I'm
am.
saying that they both are those people that created Fulanis. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, yes. Everybody know that. I know that. I said this. I said it in different so many platforms and so many times. I don't even. I lost count. That the fullers, depend on what part of the region is. That's the amount. That depend on the amount of Tuareg that they got in them. Those that are in the further north have more Tuareg component than those in the further south. However, we and some of the Sahelian tribe are very mixed with the Tuaregs over the years, and the Tuaregs that you see today, they're not the same people that you used to see, probably about 500
And
years
what's
ago.
that based off of?
It's because We have different type of Tuaregs to start. We have the Afro-Tuaregs, we have the Tuaregs. Some Tuaregs are darker than the others. Not all Tuareg got the same color. Not all Tuaregs have the same features. Some of them are more lighter skin. Some of them are darker skin. Some of them have a different
So
phenotype.
what you saying? Like, what are you saying about the Tuaregs that's making them different? Like, you saying they used to be
The,
darker? You saying they
the,
was blacker? Or you saying they was whiter?
some of them used to be okay. The Tuareg used to be more darker than they look now, I believe. And if you look at how they used to be more darker than they are today. And I think over the years they have had more different admixture in the north, than they are today. And also, a lot of the Fulani, for example, as Shabaka Sanhaja Fula, who is a Fulani Tuareg, probably split in half, who find his ancestors in that region, who currently in Fez, who done all the studies in Morocco, have found that it's the same thing that you have in the north, in southern Morocco and northern Algeria and northern Niger, because a lot of the Fulani have mixed with the Tuaregs, with, but the other way around, instead of the south, they have a lot of the admixtures in the north. These people don't speak Fulani anymore. They only got like a few words about Fulani, but you can see they have the admixture and the component, but also the phenotype, right? But they are they're basically Fulani, but they don't believe they're Fulani. They believe they're Tuaregs. So the thing is, what we got to be careful of, right, is just bunching all the Fulani as one. But you haven't done that because you have clearly pointed out, according to the testing, some of them are demonstrating more from the north and some of them are demonstrating more from the south. But however, what you notice is the West African, all of them came, higher score. And those in Burkina Faso should demonstrate more Niger Congo. And I bet you any money those in Senegal and Guinea will do the same thing. But the further east you go towards northern Nigeria and the Chadic area, the less Niger Congo you find. The further north and probably have more Nilotic. The further north you go, you find less Niger Congo and more North African. But Fulani, we are a mixture of North and West African people. I will never deny that. Nobody will deny that. You have to. If no Fulani in this planet Earth would deny that. To say is anybody that tell you the other or any other thing else other than that is lying to you. So I don't see where the argument is. The argument where we could actually have here is about how did they start it off first, or where did they had which one they had more, but that's already proven to you in according to the statistics you got. They got most all in fact all of them have the West African more than the North African. So that shows you they're West African people who mix with the North Africans, right?
Yeah, let me
No,
let me show
am I
you some.
is that right or wrong? Because we need to make
Say
this
that one more time.
all the testing that you just showed and all historically, and you look at if you look when you look at everything else on that chart, it shows where the West African is more higher. They have more higher score of the West African than the North African.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not in denial, but these
Yeah,
are
that shows that
Fulanis from
no, but
Guinea. These are Fulanis from Burkina Faso. If you test Fulanis from if you test Fulanis that's still in their original region
mm,
from Futa Toro, you probably gonna get a whole different, like not a whole different type of population, but you gonna get a whole different distribution, like percentage wise. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
you
Because
you have more. You
that's
have
where the two ancestral populations, that's where they still live, and that's where the Fulanis originated from.
so I don't see what the argument is about.
The argument is, well, first it's a lot of stuff that's kind of like is told incorrectly, but on Brandon channel you told
From
me
which
that.
side? From my side, because you said I was a liar and earlier,
Yeah,
and
man.
stuff like.
Yeah, bro. You be lying, bro.
Yeah, but
Like you literally said Fulanis don't have no Tuareg like ancestry, bro. You
I never
said that
said
on
that.
Brandon channel.
I never said that.
And then you said that Tuaregs was darker. Like the skin color don't really mean nothing to me. The genetics is what matters. Know what I'm saying? But it say right here
Have
the
you have you
Tuaregs.
have you been to the Sahel? Have you?
Nah, but I'll be there. I'll be there. But I've been studying
No,
and
have you?
reading
No,
about
no,
the
no, no, no.
Sahel
Have you?
for years, bro.
Get up. Have you been to the Sahel?
No, sir.
Thank you. There is
What,
a
what does that mean? You, bro, I be teaching
have you?
Fulanis
No,
about their
no.
history, bro.
I okay.
That,
Wait,
that
hang on.
don't mean nothing.
No, but have you met Tuareg people before?
No, I haven't met any Tuareg people, but I definitely, I
Do you know
definitely
the
met
do you know
some.
the different do you know the different type of Tuaregs that are there in the Sahel?
I haven't met Tuaregs in the Sahel, but I've met Tuareg people with Tuareg ancestry in the United States.
Okay, so I'm telling you, not all Tuaregs are the same to start with, and
No, they not.
not all Tuareg carry the same color skin. Not all Tuareg carry the same
I understand that.
features,
But what I'm
and
saying
also
is,
no, no, okay, hold
go
on.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Not all Fulani um, have good big admixture with the Tuaregs. Yes, most Fulanis have.
Tuareg like.
Yes, they have a mixture with the Tuaregs. They have admixture with the Tuaregs. I said that so many times and time, but Fulanis are not Tuareg. They're West African
I never
Niger
said
Congo. Yeah,
Tuaregs
no,
is West Africans too.
no, but Fulani are Niger Congo people. Basically, what Fulanis are Niger Congo people who mix with Tuaregs over the years, and some of them have higher percentage, some of them have lower percentage. Can we just make that clear? At least we can agree to one thing at
Yes,
least, yeah.
we can agree to that. The different
Yeah,
percentages, the different
yeah.
percentages fluctuate depending on geographic location
Thank
and
you.
the
Thank you.
populations that they've been in contact with. But what I'm
And
saying
it's
is
and this
the
is still
ones
happening.
in Futatoro,
Yeah.
the ones in Futatoro probably gonna have higher North African genetics than the ones that's living in Burkina Faso and Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
And
That's it.
also what I'm saying is I don't really care what skin
Have
color
you have you have you have you proven that? Is that proven that the Fututori one will have higher genetics, North African and those in northern Nigeria?
no, this is just a guesstimation based off
No,
of
but you can't do that. You
I
can't do
can
that.
do that. I can do that
Why? Why?
because you just said, bro. You just
Because
said,
no, no,
hold on,
because
hold on, hold on, hold on.
no,
Bro,
let me
you
just finish.
just said,
Those in Torah.
you just asked me a question and I'm finna answer it.
Mm,
This is based off of information that you just presented to me, or not presented, but said. You said that Fulani's genetics, their genetic contribution will change depending on their geographic location, right?
yes.
Okay, so since we know that the parent populations of Fulanis are West African and Saharan Berber or Sanhaja Tuareg, whatever you want to call it,
Sanhaja, yeah.
Northwest Africans,
Mm,
okay, we know that since Futatoro is their homeland where they originated from,
mhm.
that it's a higher chance that they gonna have higher North African percentage because they have not been exposed to other groups in sub-Saharan Africa like that. They been in the Sahara right there in the Southwest Sahara. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, okay. But if it depends on how much of that old Fuller have been mixed with the Barbers or the Tuaregs. This is because if you look at the those in that region in Senegal, they tend to be more darker than those in northern Nigeria.
But dark
There's,
skin don't really mean nothing,
no,
dog.
but
I'm gonna
no,
just be
I'm
real
just
with you.
it can mean sometimes it doesn't mean
Sometimes
nothing.
it do, but a
Yeah,
lot of times it don't.
yeah, it's true.
Cause my brother, I'm light skinned. My brother dark, my daddy dark. You know what I'm saying? That don't
No,
mean nothing.
it don't mean yeah, it's true. I agree with that. So let's move on. But at least we agree on one thing and two things. I don't know where honestly I don't see where the disagreement is. The way you explain it and the way I explain it, I think that's where the problem is here. And I think you're just thinking I am disregarding the Tuareg connection, which I am not. However, not all of them have relevant Tuareg number to actually count. And some
Well,
of them do have, however, some of them do have a high Tuareg not African number, yes. But that does not make them not African. Just because you have 20% not African
I
in you,
never said they was
no,
North
no,
African.
no, no, I'm just
Fulanis are
saying,
West Africans.
yeah, they're West African, they're Niger Congo, Fulani, okay, Fulanis are Niger Congo people who mixed with the Berbers or the
They Niger
tribes.
Congo, Niger Congo speaking people. Yeah, but
Yeah,
Niger Congo is just a language. You got people with less North African genetics like the Hausa people
mm.
that speak Afro-Asiatic languages that
Mm.
are prevalent in North Africa. So
So
Niger Congo, you can't
but
really
what genetically,
determine you
what
can't
is
really determine how somebody look based off of their language that they
what
speak. Like
what are the Hausa genetically? What are they genetically? Are they Afro-Asiatic?
Hausa, Hausa have North African components, and they
Yeah,
but they have a lot of sub-Saharan components.
yeah,
But they are also a fusion of different people.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Just
uh,
like
uh, uh,
most humans.
yeah, but the Hausa, their father side is mainly from the Chad, the Chadic branch people.
We don't know whose side is who. What
No,
tells you?
the Hausa are Chadic from the Chadic people.
Okay, that's cool. But Chadic is an Afro-Asiatic language.
Yeah, but
So what I'm saying is, like when you look at them morphologically,
the mm.
some of them look like people that speak Niger Congo, but some of them don't.
No, they're not. Yeah, they look like it, but they don't speak it. That's the
That's what
difference.
I'm saying. So
Mm, mm,
Fulanis, they look, some of them, not all of them, but some of
mm,
them look like they North African. Some of them look North African. Some of them don't. But they
mm.
speak Niger Congo, so you can't really tell how somebody genetic components or somebody genetic makeup just by the language that they speak. Like most
But
African Americans, they speak English, which is not African at all. But that doesn't tell you what their genetic components are. You know, I'm West African. You
no,
know
but
what I'm saying? I don't speak
The
Niger
Niger,
Congo at all.
yeah, but the Niger Congo, it says because it got blue code on the charts I saw, and which is in Niger Congo, and you look at the other people, the other one were green, and the all the Fulani that came up on the genetic or the DNA as it come up as a high volume of Niger Congo in there, that's including the language. Because don't forget the language, as you said, is the only language that they ever spoke throughout. So obviously, and as I said to you, their fathers are the Jola of the Senegambia. So the Fulani might not even the Fulab tribe might not even derive from the same African people anyway. It might be different African tribes who live around the Sahel who actually mixed with the Tuaregs, from different zone who actually end up looking certain way and actually bound together because that's what I noticed and have different surnames and merge as a group eventually because they all practice pastoralize, like moving cattle and so on, which is quite new thing also. So
Mhm.
it's not that simple, my brother.
I
And if you
never
look at
said it was simple. All,
yeah,
all I'm saying is
but
that
at
I let you
least
talk,
we
bro. You're not
agree
listening.
at least we agree that they are West African people who mix with the North Africans
See, you
and
you,
they
you
speak
can't
Niger Congo. That's it.
yeah, that's cool, but you
Yeah.
can't you can't just try to simplify and dumb my argument down by saying it's not that simple. That don't change nothing. That don't change the fact that you
So
incorrect.
where are you getting
Hold
this
on, hold on.
research from? Yeah.
That don't render you correct and me incorrect. What it does is it shifts the information that you incorrectly displaying. So you said the Tuaregs. A lot of y'all like to cling to this color stuff, and that don't really have nothing to do with
Listen to
African.
me. Listen to
Like,
me.
I'm gonna listen to you, but let me get on this Tuareg real quick. Like the color, like the Tuaregs and Berbers and stuff, they know that they all look different. They know that, they don't care. It's only with us, like
It's
it's
only
only
because I
with
got
us that
15 minutes and I got to go sleep. That's what I got. Yeah.
okay, my bad. I'm gonna say something real quick and I'm gonna let you
Okay.
go.
All
But
right.
look, you said the Tuaregs was black. They was blacker. That's what Brandon said. And but that's not right, bro, because Tuaregs ain't black. All of them don't look the same. And they have Neolithic North African ancestry. Environmental data revealed that about 5,000 years ago, the Sahara was quickly shifting from its post-ice age period from a relative stability and good living conditions to a less stable and more arid environment. The shift the authors proposed was responsible for a series of human migration throughout the
Where are you
Sahara.
reading?
Was
Why are you
led
reading all this from? Why are you getting all this
because
from?
these are the experts led
Who?
different Tuareg groups living
What?
in the
Where
region. Hold,
from?
hold on,
This
hold on,
is.
hold on, hold on. I'm not gonna read the whole thing. I just want to show you something. It
Mm,
caused other Tuareg groups to intermingle with neighboring groups. Some Tuaregs, like those in Mali, Niger, and Nigeria, probably had more contact with sub-Saharan West Africans, which accounts for a higher percentage of sub-Saharan maternal haplogroups found by previous genetic studies. Others, like the Libyan Tuaregs, analyzed here, have met and mingled with groups such as the Berbers of the Mediterranean coast of North Africa. Apparently, migration from Spain after the last ice age, which is way before what you're talking about, across the Strait of Gibraltar into Morocco, brought H1 into the African continent. It then made its way into the North African Berber populations, eventually finding its way into the Libyan Tuaregs. So we talking about admixtures that was in prehistoric times, bro. And y'all try to blame the fact that people look different from sub-Saharans on invasions. Bro, this stuff is prehistoric time. And you right, all Tuaregs don't look black, all Tuaregs don't look like Berbers, all Tuaregs don't look Middle Eastern or whatever y'all be trying to say. Tuaregs are just Tuaregs, but we know from facts. I could bring up other sources, but you don't have that time. So
mm.
Tuaregs, they have some of them look black because they have recent and older admixtures with sub-Saharan Africans. Now go ahead and say what you had to say.
I don't listen. I think we're just tangling up, arguing over something that's really not there. We actually on the same page.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
on
I
the same page
yeah,
somewhat.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. There's nothing that you're saying you have said, but I don't. That's the only thing I don't understand is where you said I was lying because it's a big statement for you to accuse someone.
because y'all, you, Brandon, all the like the Pan African type people,
Mm.
y'all be trying to dismiss other Africans, and that's
Listen,
not fair
listen,
to everybody else.
listen. Get up. There's a reason why West Africans are not Bantu. If you notice that the reason why West Africans are not Bantu, because West Africans are people of different admixture over the years geographically. You can tell West Africans. You just have to look at us. You can tell we're not the same as those in Cameroon,
Some West
or
Africans do have Bantu ancestry though,
not that much. That
not that
is,
many. Yeah,
not well. Those in southern Nigeria, yes, but the Manding are not Bantu.
no, they're not.
And these are the majority of the West African and the Fullers. We're not Bantu. So the only people that are Bantu in West Africa is possibly, is those in southern Nigeria. Even the Yorubas are not Bantu. They're Niger Benue people. They're
Hmm.
not Bantu.
But
Even
they the ancestors. Some of their ancestors have common ancestors though.
yeah, but just like the Fullers, as you pointed out earlier, some Fuller people have tiny bit of Bantu in them, but the reality is they doesn't mean they're Bantu.
No,
It's
they
still
don't.
tiny. Yeah. So the reality is, West Africans, we are not Bantu. We might have tiny bit of Bantu from our olden days ancestors, but we are not Bantu in West Africa. So that automatically separate us from that typical African black race down there from Cameroon. Yeah, so that's a well-known factor, and with the Tuareg admixture, if you speak to the Mandinka, they have a branch of the Mandinka who have also intermarried with the Tuaregs over the years in Mali. There's a name for them. They're light skinned. If you know, it's like Alpha Conde of Guinea, the last president. You can see his light skin. You can see he got that Baba Tuareg admixture. If you speak to some of the Bambara in Mali, you can see some of them they got the Baba Tuareg admixture, even
Of
though they
course.
got yeah. So we are not the only people that have that admixture in the north,
But
but
what ethnicity
we
do they claim? What language do they speak? What makes them distinguishable?
they speak the Bambara,
They
and the
speak
other one,
Bambara, so
yeah,
they
which is a
Bambara.
Niger Congo dialect
Yeah,
also, right?
they
Just
speak
like Fuller,
Bambara.
yeah,
But
just like us,
Fulanis,
yeah,
Fulanis are Fulanis. They speak, even though they speak Niger Congo, they speak a distinct language from
yeah,
other Niger Congo languages. They don't
yeah.
speak Mende. They don't speak, other
If you look at the
Bantu
Mende,
Niger
good.
Congo.
I'm glad you mentioned the Mende. Like in Sierra Leone, with the Mende, we look more alike. They look more like the Fulani, their phenotype and their features than any other tribe, right? But even though the
It
Mende,
depends on which Fulani you talking about.
in Sierra Leone, the Fula in Sierra Leone and in Guinea, sometimes you find it difficult to separate them with the Mende
Oh
people.
yeah, I can understand that because they've been there in that region, and then you got to think take it
But
to
but then but then
the
you got to
history.
remember that
Like
you got to remember the Mende people are not native to Sierra Leone. They
I
actually
know,
native from where
I
are they
know
from? Where are Mende from?
the Mende from Mali,
Yeah, between the Mali Mauritania border, where the Fula near Toro, we're very close in proximity.
but the history on how they got to Sierra Leone with your boy Toure, he had Fulanis under him. He had
Yeah,
Fulanis under him. He was
yeah.
he
I
was
mean,
he was
the kind.
Mandinka-sizing Fulanis. So that's why
Yeah,
I'm saying like that's
yeah.
that's evidence of possible admixture. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
the Mendes are mixed with Fulani, so we know that. That's not
Yeah,
that.
and that's
The
where you
the
got Timney type people.
Timney are different. In Timney, we mix with some. We married the women, but the Mende and the Fula we also mix as well. So, listen. You can't separate the tribes. The reality is, it is so. West Africa, we are just those people that mix with. Some of us got higher northern admixture. Some of us got less. But the Fula, we have the highest northern admixture than the rest of the West African group. I think that's
Yes,
what makes us more different to the other West African. That's my take in there, and I don't think we are one distinctive Black African. I think we're like different small African tribes who married into Tuaregs, but we was all the DNA sample that came, and the test shows we were West African before we mixed with
yes,
the
they are
Tuaregs.
West Africans. Yes,
Yes, originally, but and our language has always been the same language, and as you show the pattern always have shown that we are more West African than we are North African, but we also have other
that was never the
admixtures.
argument.
Pardon?
I never tried to say Fulanis was North Africans. All I'm talking about is they have North African ancestors mixed with
Ancestry
West African
also.
ancestors.
We
But they
married
are
into.
West Africans. Yeah.
Yeah, we and also we've probably been more West African than a lot of these tribes that actually claim to be West African. Because I will give you an example like the Olaf. I don't think the Olaf are that old in the region.
The who?
The Olaf, Wolof.
Uh-huh.
I don't think the Wolof is it's an old tribe in the region. I think they're quite relatively new in the region.
They probably are. They
Yeah.
probably newer than Fulani, but I think
Yes.
they just birth of an admixture because
And
they
I, and
got
I,
similar some of their language kind of similar to Fulani too. Not all of it, but some of it.
exactly my point. And yeah, so it is. Listen, man. I think the Fuller. I believe Fuller actually is an old Manding tribe who mix with Berbers, and have some of these northern components, that end up, looking some of them light skin and dark skin. That would be my shorter, definition of the Fuller. And obviously they kept demanding language, which is Niger Congo, and and also kept their culture, you know, but also became Norman because they as in Senegambia their father are Jola, and now we know the Jola are traders, and the traders are what are people that move around, right? The meaning
Yeah.
of the meaning of Jola in Mandinka is a trader. That's the name. When you say Jola in Mandinka, that means trader. You should know that anyway. So these are people that always been moving around. So I think that's the take of it. So I don't know. Sorry if you think I was lying to you, bro. That's not my intention. But at least we're on the same page. That I don't see anywhere where me and you actually have to. Where is the disagreement? I'm still struggling to find out where is the disagreement here. But
Well, I caught you saying Tuaregs ain't had nothing to do with them, but I ain't saying I'm
no,
not saying I think you be thinking that I'm trying to say Fulanis are Tuaregs. I'm not saying that because
listen. Get
they
up,
have different
get
they
up.
have they have different sources that say when Fulanis they ethnogenesis, they took culture from Sarriers, from Jolos, from Jola people and Berber type people. So they mixed all that together and became Fulani people.
That's
But
what we have.
what I'm
That,
hearing is what I hear a lot on Brandon channel. I hear people trying to dismiss, you know, the presence of other Africans that don't have dark skin. They try to dismiss that, which they've been there, just like black Africans. They've been there, and
this
try to say, "Oh, well, see, they just an advent of a migration, some invaders, and Fulanis don't have nothing to do with that." Like, bro, yes, they do. Fulanis was born from these affluent, these convergences of different populations. Yes, they was, and to say they wasn't is dismissing at least 30% of their genetics.
some of them, yeah, some of them 30%, some 20, some 10, but
Some
most
20,
of the
some 10, yeah.
yeah, some 20, some 10. But the reality is you can't dismiss that, and but it's, to be honest, 10% of something else really truly is, it's not really something that really should bother anyone, or because everybody in West Africa, no matter what tribe you are, if you do your genetic test, you're gonna find out you're 10% another tribe or 20%. But really, what matters is the majority of the tribe that you carry. If you happen to be fuller, you happen to be over, you know, 80% or 70% Mandinka, you're a Mandinka. Fuck the rest. Why you got bother about something else that's not there? Because if you have another child with someone else, that child is not gonna carry that percentage anyway. At the end of the day, it's just waste of space, waste of time. If you're fuller, you're fuller. You're Mandinka, you're Mandinka. If you're Yoruba, you're Yoruba. The thing is, I mean, we have more to be proud of being mixing with the Tuaregs
That's
than
not that's not my basis, man. That's not
I
my
know, I
basis.
know, I know. I
My
don't want
basis
to.
is African diversity and the Africans, the
Yeah, yeah,
different
yeah, yeah.
populations of Africans,
Because
bro.
the
That's it.
Tuaregs are very beautiful people, and that's what made us. I'm not in vain. I don't want to sound vain, but that's what make Fula people very, good looking tribes. It makes us have certain kind of future a lot of people desire, and actually people are jealous of it. If I'm honest, so
But yeah,
yeah,
my thing ain't about mixing, thinking somebody better than me. I can't change
nah,
who I
I
am.
know I don't like to
I am
think like
who I
that.
am, but
Yeah, yeah,
I just don't like when people that supposedly suffer from racism practice
mm,
racism, and
mm,
they ignore other
uh,
Africans, and they try to
you know,
put everybody else together
mm,
because of their skin color, which is the stupidest thing you can really do. Because me and you know
mm.
that you got Africans that appear the same color, but they got totally different clusters. They got different clusters. But anyway,
And
you know,
anyway, if you go to
in
East Africa,
Burkina Faso,
yeah.
they have none of them have under 20% Mesolithic North African ancestry. So that's not that much. It's not over 50%.
What
And
is
that's
what is a percentage in Burkina Faso?
these okay, this is like over 20 Fulani people in
Yeah,
Burkina Faso,
yeah.
and none of them have none of them have under 20% of Mesolithic North African ancestry. So that's pretty substantial, bro. That's like that's almost 30%. And 30%, that's and some of them got 30%. But basically what I'm saying is to
So
say
so
that they
so
don't have
so
Mesolithic North
hang on.
African
Wait,
ancestry is to
get up.
ignore
Sorry.
almost half of their ancestry. That's
So what
all
you
I'm
say?
saying.
So what you saying? The Fulani in Burkina Faso have a higher marker of the North African than the rest of the Africans, the rest of the Fulas. Is that what you saying?
No, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they have a substantial amount of North African, Mesolithic North African ancestry, and this is what makes
Than the
them
other
unique.
Fulas, than the other Fulanis.
No, I said Burkina Faso. In Burkina Faso, they still have a substantial amount of North African ancestry. That's all I said. I didn't say then
Ah,
anybody. They still have a high percentage of and this is old Mesolithic North African ancestry. So
yeah,
that's basically and I don't know if you said it, but
mm,
that's the vibe that I get. And I know I heard you say that once, at least one time. Maybe you said it by accident. I don't know. But people like to ignore the fact that
yes,
Africans are diverse. African black
yes.
don't mean African, bro.
Do you know the Fulani in Burkina Faso? Most of the books I read from the scholars, they happen to be in that region during Sunjata Keita.
Okay. What
So
that mean?
from because Sunjata Keita went to that region to build a fort to protect the Mali Empire.
Okay.
And yeah, so I don't know how long was that to now. So can you imagine the admixture since then to now? How many intermarriages would have gone on between the north? Because the Tuaregs, a lot of Tuaregs around there, right?
Yeah, it's Tuaregs all over West Africa. That's why they West Africans too.
Mm. No, no, I mean in northwest, in the Sahel. I would say in the Sahel.
That's their breeding ground, yeah. But we know
Yeah,
Burkina Faso is a Sahelian country, so
yeah.
they West Africans just like most other West Africans, especially
Mm.
the West African Tuaregs. Now the Libyan Tuaregs, they not West Africans, they Central Saharan.
Yeah, they're different. They're different. I agree
Yeah,
with
they
that.
have a different admixture. They more North Africa, like they have North African ancestry. But the Tuaregs in West Africa, they been around just like Fulanis, and they been admixing with groups that's close by them.
Mm.
And they even have older admixture with sub-Saharans back in the days of Garamintes, the days of the Garamintes, because it was sub-Saharan people that participated in their kingdom.
Mm. Yeah.
So it's all type of shit, which I'm not denying anything you
Mm.
saying. I just
Mm.
like to substantiate what's going
The,
on. 'Cause a lot of
yeah,
people like to
for
ignore
me,
African diversity and say Africa means black. Africa means a whole bunch of shit.
no,
Africa
Africa,
just a
man.
location.
Yeah, is a location, and also, as you said, do you know who trying to sell you this shit? Is the people that are always arguing with on the line. It's this Bantu supremacy, and if you look at Bantu, Bantu are not native to West Africa. These are people that migrate to that region,
They
West
left
Africa.
West Africa. They not native to East Africa.
So say that again.
They left. They was born in Central West Africa, like West Central
Yeah,
Africa. But
West,
they
West
not
Central.
native to East Africa. They colonized East Africa before the white man.
Yes, they actually left Central Africa where Southern Cameroon is.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of stories from other tribes from Ghana around West Africa, and who actually went to disperse the Bantus from the region where Cameroon is and drove them away because they wanted to expand to the north, to the west. But over the years, the tribes in the west galvanized and kicked them out, and that's when they ran to the east and colonized the other tribes. That's the reason why you don't see a lot of Bantus in West Africa. In Sierra Leone, we only have one team. The Timides are the closest to the Bantu in Sierra Leone, and that's it. Nothing else.
Well, they had some old ancient, they not ancient, but they had some old back migrations where you got some West Africans that got a little, they might have one or two Bantu ancestors, you know what I'm saying, that
But
happened later in time.
The Timini,
Even Igbos, some Igbos got Bantu ancestry because some of them came back to West Africa.
yeah, the Igbos are the closest to the Bantu in West Africa. They are
It probably
Bantu.
is
They are Bantu.
because they common ancestors was in the central West Africa, like by the Benue River.
Benue River, yeah.
Hmm. But
The
yeah, that's
Igbos
that's their
is,
breeding ground.
well, you can see why we never got on with these people, historically. And yes, they are. The Igbos are Bantu. They're known to be Bantu, but it's the only people that are not be Bantu in the people are not Bantu in Nigeria. It's those in the rivers that where the Igbos actually found themselves, and the Yorubas they are Niger Benue, and and that's it. But from those that surface in Nigeria to Cameroon, these are the Bantu all the way to East Africa and South Africa. They wanted to
Yeah,
expand. They want all the tribal history, oral history that they defeated the Bantu expansion to the West Africa, and they put a break on the expansion and chased them further down south. There's a mountain up in Nigeria. Um, I forgot the name of the mountain, but I'll find out for you. Where there was actually used to be their mecca, their cradle. We actually chased them from that area. We us West African, we are West African people of different genetics and different admixture. who are not Bantu. We never was, we never will be, and also Bantu are not West Africans. So it's a known factor. We are, I believe, we're people that came from where Sudan is today, who came to West Africa and settled, and some of us was settled with the Niger people and also married with the Congo people. That's what we are.
Well, Bantu, they diverged from West Africa, but they basically got the same similar ancestry, at one point in time. So when Bantu didn't exist, the predecessors of Bantus and West Africans, they were one group. You know what I'm saying? And they came and colonized West Africa, and replaced hunter gatherers, you know what I'm saying? And then that's what
Mm,
happened. That's how it happened, like 19, 20,000 years ago.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. And
yeah,
there was some ghost humans as well, right?
yeah, some old super not all West Africans got these genetics, but some West Africans, like I think I can name one or two, like Yorubas and Igbos.
Mm,
Some of those groups, they have ancestral components from these ghost populations, which are older than Neanderthals. But they
yes.
only tested like four populations right now that they know that got it. But all West Africans don't have it. It's like 19 to 20% that got some of these old, super old ghost population genetics. They
Uh,
probably was old hunter gatherer women. They probably was from like L0 haplogroups, stuff
yes.
like that, or they might be A00 from men that had haplogroup A00, stuff like that. But they
Like the
blend
koi,
in, they blend right in.
yeah, they did. Like the koi koi and the koi san, they used to be more in our region, right? Then they got chased out.
Yeah, Khoisan type people, like
Mm,
San and Khoi people, they
mm,
would
mm,
at one point they was like more spread out in Africa. Like they was in the Sahara, they was
mm.
in the Western Sahara, they was in Central Africa with pygmies too, pygmy types. They
Yeah,
was there too. And
yeah,
and that's what I be trying to tell people. Like some of these Saharan group of people, like Tuaregs and people
yeah,
like them, they have cosign ancestry too.
yeah.
They
Very
have
strong.
cosign ancestry, yes.
I
And
believe this is what I believe. I believe is those Khoisan people that they are the people that mix with the Europeans that what make and West Africans is what make the Tuaregs that you see today. That's my take. That's what I always thought when I see them. I feel like they're Khoisan, European, and West African. That's what Tuaregs are.
but that a lot of that cosign
Mm,
component, that's what connect a lot of Africans. I'm not saying that's the only thing, but that's what
mm,
connect a lot of Africans regardless of how they look,
mm,
because a lot of they proto populations,
mm,
they were formed from admixing with cosign people.
mm.
So see, people, they don't really go that far back, but I love Africa, so I try to learn the population history, you know what I'm saying? So it's other boys that know more than me, and we could talk for hours, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, man, and people just don't like to accept the facts.
No, I agree. I think I always said where you thought I was actually misleading or lying or whatever is about the Afro-Asiatic side in the Niger in what's his name in Cameroon, right? In Cameroon, but obviously, as I said, Cameroon they mix with the Afro-Asiatic, which are the Hausas,
Yeah,
and then that's what.
I'm pretty sure some Fulanis probably still, they probably be having kids with Berbers and stuff like that. I'm not denying that, but I'm just talking about the original
What was that?
Fulani
60%?
population.
What is that? What is that? 60% SSA? What's that?
He's saying
Sub-Saharan
he's
African
saying
Eurasian.
yeah, he know a Fulani dude.
40% Eurasian. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, some of them like that. He probably
I never seen that. I never
he
seen that
might
in
be
my
from
life.
Fututoro.
No, that cannot be the case. If that, I think that would be more from Niger Republic.
It could be from Niger, but it's a
Yeah,
possibility that
because
it could
the
be from
those
Fututoro too.
those because those Fulani in the Niger Republic and Northern Mali, these are the ones that will carry more of the North African and Eurasian DNA. because when we see the Fulani, because we see Fulani from the Sahel, also in the far on the coast, we when we see those from that region from the Sahel, sometimes we struggle to differentiate them with the Berber Tuaregs, the Tuaregs. You see,
Yeah, that's probably because they adopt a Tuareg,
yeah,
culture. They
the way
probably
they dress,
identify as Tuareg.
they're more lighter skin tone, and we'll see them, we think, is it Fulani, is it Tuareg? And then we realize they're actually Fulani, but they just wear the clothes and they just lighter skin. And also, we mix with the Kanuris in that region in Niger Republic, and Kanuris can be very light skinned people. So, and they carry that bloodline also.
Yeah, but basically, my whole reason for this channel is, we gotta learn how to respect Africans and who they are and where they at. Like some Africans, they might have Arab leanings because they under the Arab Emirates.
Oh,
Some
that's,
Africans, they
yeah,
they might they might live as Arabs, but they know they Africans. You know what I'm saying?
that's what
Like
you get in Sudan and northern Nigeria and
Northern Nigeria,
northern Niger.
Morocco,
Yeah, yeah.
all them North African countries. A lot of them they under the Arab spell,
Right.
But if they coming to you telling you that they African, bro, we that's not fair for us to say, oh, you not black enough, bro. Like, bro, you don't know what a true African look like because some of the earliest Africans wasn't even black, like what people think.
No,
Like cosign
West
people, they
West
wasn't black like that.
West Africa, as I said, was never black territory, and Bantu were never in West Africa. They came, some of them came there to settle, and they had, certain number of Bantu in them. But we know that anyway. Even the Ghanaians will tell you, they're not Bantu. They always make that clear, and that's like the Ashanti and so on. We know that in West Africa because this is all to do. I think it's all to do with this Bantu movement. They think the darker skinned African is native to the region, but it's when they start encountering West Africans, because West African we know our history and our genetics. I think that's when they start backfiring in their faces. They realize, oh no, it's not going to work with these guys because this guy's been here the longest, and they're not foreigners, and also they haven't they're not us, and we had war with them because there are countless documented evidence of the West African Manding and those in Ghana, having war with the Bantu. I mean, us the Fulani, we're still at war with them. To be honest, it haven't ended, is it? Let's be real. The war's still going on in Cameroon, right? With the not Fulani, but like the Shua Arabs are still fighting with them, and
Yeah.
you had the problem in Central African Republic. These are not never endless battles, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you definitely got Shua Arabs out there.
Thank you.
And they in
Yeah.
Nigeria too.
Uh-huh. It's never ended because these people are making sure the Bantu. This is an old conflict. They always have made sure the Bantu never gain popularity in the West and further to the central.
But we got Wolof people.
Wall of
You
people,
you you
wall
you
of
you
people.
even heard Dinah say that some Wolves think they Arabs. And we know genetically they not Arabs, but
This
Arabs, they
get up,
culture is that
get
if you
up,
speak Arabic,
get
you
up.
Arab. Go
This is
ahead.
how this is how the Arab brainwash us, our people in West Africa. I had a Mende guys one time on Dynasty. He's like, Al, do you know us the Mende? We come from the Middle East. I'm like, nah, you didn't. And a Mandinka brother also was telling me one, oh, we came from Saudi Arabia. I'm like, no, you didn't. It's the same thing they done to the Fulani. They're making us feel like we're Arabs. Because if we feel close to the Arabs, when we die, we got the Arab blood, we're gonna go to heaven.
But other West Africans call them Arabs too. And that's not saying that
Yeah,
I think they Arabs. I'm
no,
just
no,
saying
but
that they
why?
call
We,
Fulani
we,
Arabs in Nigeria
yeah, it's like why would you do that? You have no some
because
most
they got a different lifestyle.
is a culture, is it because they're Muslim, they're calling them Arab. And look at the genetics, there's no, some Fulani don't even have 1% Arab in them, right? And then
None.
you still call, no, like 0, 0, and you still have people calling them Arabs. But that's because of the culture. And just put them, even the brothers in Sudan, you see them, the barber shop I go, the blue dark, the dark blue, or green dark. they call themselves Arab because they speak the Arabic language. And one time I said to one of them,
And they under the Arab
yeah,
Empire.
I said, yeah, I said to one of them, I said, just because I speak English, do you think I'm English? He's like, no. I said, well, are you calling yourself Arabs? And the Arabs have taken over North Sudan. They push you people down to South Sudan. You're losing all your territory. You think these guys they actually love you? I said, you need to change this mentality, brother.
Well, people just gonna think how they think because based off of how they was raised and shit like that. Like us, African Americans, we majority West African, but
Mm.
we identify as American, and other people even tell us we Americans when we go to
Yeah,
their country. So, it's kind of the same way. Like just because you identify as a country,
mm.
don't necessarily mean that you denying who you are. It just means that these people come from these type of countries that's Arab speaking or Arab dominated countries.
Yeah.
So that's what I,
Uh,
I just wish a lot of these Pan Africans would understand, and they would. I wish a lot of them would learn how to respect African diversity. Like, how do you have a continent like Asia with all different type of looking people? Like,
no,
you even got
honestly,
people in Asia that looks like sub-Saharan Africans,
mm,
but they not connected to sub-Saharan Africans at all. They don't speak no language of sub-Saharan Africa. They don't got the genetics of sub-Saharan Africa, and they don't have the history of no sub-Saharan Africans, but they look like similar to sub-Saharan Africans, but they Asian. You got people that look white that's in Asia. You got people that look Middle Eastern that's in Asia. But when it comes to Africa, we can't have diversity. We can't have different looking people. But Africa and Asia are the two
the
most
thing is,
diverse continents in the world.
the thing
And,
is,
and,
no,
and
you
America is
know,
the least diverse continent. Go ahead.
nobody want to be black in this world. It's like an embarrassment or a curse to be black, African, or dark skin. And you have some people who are very confused with their identity. They're thinking, oh, if we come up with that ideology, it make us look better. But deep inside, they don't have even faith in what they're doing. And also, you got some people who have been brainwashed to feel like having a dark skin or belong to the black race is a curse. So they want to belong to anything else in this world other than being black or being African. It's just sad. It's just identity crisis. But
Well,
the good thing is we came from a diverse background. We can claim to be different things in this world. And it being genetically mixed is good for you in different ways, and it gives you the advantage. So I think it's a blessing we can take, we can use this blessing, as a good thing to actually build on the future. Because, as a Fulani, you can go to south of Morocco, you can go to south of Algeria, you can go to south of Libya. You don't feel like a stranger. You can go to south of to West Africa. You don't feel like a stranger. Anywhere in the continent you go, you never feel like a stranger. You feel like you're part of it. So it's a blessing. But likewise, other group of Africans will not be able to do the same thing, without feeling like they're outsiders. So the genetic admixture that God gave us is a blessing, not a curse. And I think that's what gave us the advantage, over other groups, in the continent, and people can see that and they're quite jealous. So we should. That's why I never show off about certain things. I like to just explain to people and teach people the history and leave it as it
facts,
is.
facts.
Yeah,
Ain't
right.
I don't think nobody curse. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in curses. You know what I'm saying?
No, no, I don't. No, I don't. But I'm just
And
saying.
no, I know what you're saying. I'm just,
Mm, mm,
I'm just saying, like, I really think
yeah.
modern people need to get rid of all this color shit. Like, I really do, because people look people range from different colors on all sides of the spectrum. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody is really black. I don't really have no problem with being called black, but I don't really think black or African Americans and sub-Saharan should have no emotional attachment to a skin color. Like, that's all it is a skin color, which is an adaptation to your environment.
Hey, if they
You know what
wanna
I'm
do,
saying?
let them do. That's not a problem with me. It doesn't bother me. At the end of the day,
Nah, it ain't a problem with me neither. I just
yeah,
think it's stupid.
yeah, yeah. At the end of the day, we know what people think of our skin color in the world today. It's not that great, but if people want to be proud of it, let them be. But it's is a curse, of being confused. They have identity crisis, and also, you know, the reality is you can see why, they have been like that because having a dark skin in the world is not been an advantageous thing, So they feel like they've been pushed in the corner, to be, to fend on their own. So they're uniting, on that color tone kind of ideology. And I've seen that, rise in the continent over the years. But unfortunately, it's not getting them anywhere. It just dragged them backwards because they end up creating more enemies than they will create friends. It had that demonstrated itself in Nigeria, even though the northern Nigerians are poorer. They will not like to mix with those in the south, and not only because they got darker skin, because they find them to be a different, culture, and different ideology to them. They look down on them. Yeah, that's the reality. Black people were, most people want to be the lighter skinned black always look down on the darker skinned black, especially the women's. Let's be real, and it's something. I think it's some kind of inferior complex, right?
Oh, it's definitely an inferiority complex and
Yeah,
emotional attachment to shit that was created by Western Europeans. Western
yeah,
Europeans told you that you was black. Arabs told you that you was black. Most and Romans told Romans and Greeks told you was black. But before we came to America, we was Fulanis, Yorubas, Igbos,
yeah,
Mandinkas, Wolofs. That's what we
yeah,
was, you
yeah,
know. And now these people want to be black. Like that's
yeah,
fine. I don't have no problem because I can't control nobody. But I really think us as sub-Saharan Africans need to get rid of that shit, and we need to unite on a different basis, on maybe cultural commonalities, and we need to learn how to deal with other groups of people
yeah.
because you can read the book written by Thomas Sowell. I know a lot of pro-blacks, they don't like Thomas Sowell, but it's called Wealth, Poverty, and Politics. And people that historically, people that isolate themselves, they are the ones that suffer and die out. When they
Yeah.
isolate themselves from other people, they fail at innovation. They feel at learning different ideas because they want to feel like they the only ones that got these ideas. Like if white people never start fucking with Asians, they would have never invented guns and been able to take over, most of the world. You know what I'm saying? So sub-Saharan Africans, North Africans, they were a little more lucky than sub-Saharans because North Africans, they were closer to what was going on in the world in the ancient days. Sub-Saharans, they were deeper in Africa past the Sahara, which parts nobody really wanted to go to because of the
So
Sahara. So
this
we gotta learn
this
from our past.
this is why the only people that manage to achieve stuff historically in Africa, people that manage to do stuff in Africa, is those that live closer to the Barbers and the Tuaregs. These are the people that manage to build empires and establish trade routes in the continent. Those people who came from the forest further down, from Benin downwards,
Exactly.
they never achieved anything throughout African history.
They
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 always
they
been,
they, they had some shit they built. They did build some stuff, but it came later.
yeah,
It came
later,
later in time,
yeah,
through the expansion of different knowledges and stuff.
yeah, and with the help of those in the north, because the Fulani and the Fulani and the Fulas and the Mandinka, I don't know if you know that they used to slave the Yorubas. In fact, especially the Mandinka, the Yorubas used to be their slaves. You know that, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, I already know.
Okay. So that's why Fulani and Mandinka, they don't class other African tribe as the same. They look down on the other African tribe because they already established what they call caste system in the region. Where
And
this tribe, yeah,
Yorubas and Mandinkas, they used to enslave each other too.
no, they
I mean,
mainly,
I mean, I mean, I meant Fulanis and Mandinkas. My bad.
oh yes, 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 yes. That's true. We had our own problems. In fact, the Fulanis and the Mandinka, we had war. The last one we had was the one in Kansala. You heard about that one, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's where Guinea-Bissau is today. There's so many gunpowder got smoked there. You can't grow anything in that land today as we speak.
That's why I like Paul Kagame. Paul
Mm-mm.
Kagame, he
No.
got, even
But
though he might be
mm,
a dictator, but he got good
mm,
ideas because he
yeah,
know that when you do business with all type of people, that's when you're gonna come up with new ideas, bro. You're gonna
yeah,
come up with shit. You can borrow shit and
yeah,
make it your own and
yeah,
then change it,
yeah,
and make it for your own people.
yeah,
And that's why I agree with what you're saying.
yeah.
Like people that was further south in the forest,
Mm.
it's not because they was dumb, it's because they were geographically bottlenecked.
Disadvantage, yeah. They was
Yes,
bottled in, yeah. And that's the reason why those in the Benue region, the Fulani, let me tell you, is a Manding, is Sunjata Keita and the Mandinka. They were the first people who used to venture down to that region in Nigeria today. Yeah, northern Nigeria and all that middle region. The Sunjata and the Mandinka, they used to go and terrorize these people and do raids. Yeah, before the Fulani start going there, because they had the opportunity, the advantage to do it. They had the
yep.
trade route, they got the weaponry, they got the horse. These are the people that used to ride horses. People in the forest never had seen horse until they see a Fulani and a Mandinka coming down
They
with
had they
force.
had horses down there. They just had small horses.
No, they
But
do
the
not
people
really.
from the north, they had bigger horses.
Yeah, there's only the elites used to have it. It's not like that. Trust me. They never used. That's why they never used to be. The only thing they had to stop horses was like building woods, like cut chopping tree down for the horses to come and break their legs on it. But throughout history, trust me, the books are there. The Mandinka called the Yoruba as a part. They said the Mandinka said the Yoruba are the perfect slaves. They are the best slave you can have. They're the most humble slave to have. And the Fullers describe the Yorubas, in different ways. You can see how these tribes in the Mali and how they already look down on other tribes. You can see why they don't like other tribes to rule upon them, even now. But things are changing. But these people had this mentality from long time. You know, the what is
Well,
a place?
I
Yeah.
know one thing:
Mm,
Southerners, people that's on the extreme south,
mm,
they got to take advantage of the advances that they have now, because now, due to technology,
mm,
the ability to travel over the desert and
mm,
and transcend geographical boundaries, and the fact that they still have land where you can practice agriculture and food production, they
mm,
need to take advantage of those possibilities that they have now, because that's what, the desert is the reason why some places down south was bottlenecked. That's the main reason, because that, and then some of these rivers, some of the the elevation of these lands, to a point where you can't even ship, you can't even use waterways to ship. Some of these rivers, they go into straight waterfalls. You can't ship stuff from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa in some places. You know what I'm saying? And that's some of the main reasons why ideas wouldn't exchange all the way to the south. Now, one reason why I don't go hard on Bantu is because, thanks to Bantus, they were the reason why a lot of tribes down south, were able to start practicing in the iron metallurgy practices. Bantus brought, proto Bantus and Bantus brought those practices, iron metallurgy, to Southeast Africa and South Central Africa and Western Southern Africa, Southwestern Africa. They brought all that stuff down there. But to me, it's not about superiority, but superiority is measured by what you do. It's not measured by skin color. And don't nobody, my main thing is, don't nobody know what no pure African is, because it ain't no such thing. And don't know, and being blacker don't make you more African. Because like she said, bro, it's North Africans with white faces and white skin that's more African than a black African American that's black as hell. So, we gotta, like, I really hope, whoever can share this, share this to some of their pan African partners, because it's a lot of disingenuous behavior going on. It's a lot of religious dogmatic beliefs going on in this thing that people call Pan-Africanism or whatever. You can't really truly be a Pan-African if you gotta, I'm not saying you gotta like other people. I ain't saying that, but you just gotta learn how to accept, differences, man. All Africans ain't the same, man. Even Africans that look similar, they not similar. They have differences. You know what I'm saying? We gotta stop, man, because I be hearing a lot of nonsense, and boys be thinking it's true only because they ignorant to the information that's out there. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is, man. The genetics don't lie. You know, we gotta start being more true to the game. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to this African shit, don't be talking about, you pure African when you not, basing that shit off of your skin color because it's people that don't look nothing like you that's way more African than you. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just here to spread some intelligence, some intellectuality in this community and stop the nonsense. Like we gotta really stop the racism because I see a lot of what's going on. It's the perpetualism of colonial attitudes. People have colonial attitudes towards themselves and towards human race, and it's totally against, I don't really agree with what Martin Luther King was saying. I don't agree with everything about him, but it's really against, stuff that he believed in and stuff that he preached. You know what I'm saying? But me myself, I accept all Africans. You know what I'm saying? I know I don't gotta be friends with them. I don't gotta kiss their ass or nothing like that because I'm not about to kiss nobody ass. You know what I'm saying? But I accept all Africans and I'm African first. I'm not really with the pro blackity black shit because that's just gonna lead you to more rabbit holes because it's Asian people that's black. You know what I'm saying? So it's people from all over the world and they look similar, but they have totally different origins. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter, bro. What makes you African is your genetics, your history, and your linguistics. If you still in contact with your ancestral languages, you know what I'm saying. But we do know that we have people with African origins that are native to Africa or from Africa, but they native to other countries because of different things that happen historically. You know what I'm saying. Now to those people, sometimes they get a little exceptionalism because of language shift. You know what I'm saying? But to those people, what makes them African is genetics. You know what I'm saying? If your genetics is predominantly African, it don't matter if it's North African, West African, East African, Central African, or South African. You African. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. Sub-Saharan is not more African than other Africans. It's just not, bro. Being black is not more African than other Africans that's lighter. Like that's some of the stupidest shit I ever seen. Like, you know, African Americans have on average at least 15 to 20% European ancestry. Most Horn Africans, they have maybe like 30 to 40% Southwest Asian ancestry, but you can't tell them that they not African. You can't tell them that they not African. They genetics don't go nowhere outside of Africa. They language is not spoken nowhere outside of Africa. They history is nowhere outside of Africa, but in those regions where they live, where though in those regions where they language is spoken. You know what I'm saying? So stop with the BS, bro. Like that's a bunch of stupid, childish, racist shit. I'm sorry for what Europeans did to us. I'm sorry for what Arabs did to us. I'm sorry for what other people did to us, whatever. But it's time to move on from that shit, dog. It's 2024. It's time to move on. We got to come up with some new ideas, man.
On that note, Gida, I will leave you, and great show. I'm glad we ironed this up because all this time we are on the same page anyway. Uh,
No, no problem. Appreciate you
yeah,
for coming,
but
dog.
thank you very much. We need to organize this properly and get more views in and get more facts in as well. That's
Facts.
it.
Peace, bro.
All right.
Sleep easy, man.
Take care, my brother. Yeah. Jarama, jarama. Me a team.
Jump to.
Okay.
Yeah, man. We really gotta stop, man. The evidence is in the data. It's in the genetics. You know what I'm saying? We got the history. Several people wrote the history. Some of the histories can't be verified. Some of them can. The way you research is by cross comparative research. Comparative research. It's a method to all of this. It's a method to all of this. Stop with the lookership. Stop with the nonsense. The genetics don't lie. If you use a genetic test to establish paternity, then genetics is proven. It's proven to see the truth. People use genetics to solve medical issues. You know, for this cancer research. For HIV research, for different diseases that people can't control themselves from having. We gotta stop with the nonsense, man. And genetic studies and genetic information is something that's known due to this information that travels at the speed of light. So you can't be going out here misrepresenting your genetics and thinking that nobody gonna know what's up. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be doing that shit. You know, like it is what it is. Like stop with the inner African racism. I know ain't nobody gonna listen to me, but those that are, I just hope you share this information. We gotta stop with the inner African racism. We gotta stop with the victimhood. Like I had one dude come on my channel where I told them clear that I was using this phenotype application only to help people understand, you know, the African diversity in the way that different Africans look from region to region. I was clear that I was clear when I said that some of this information is outdated, but I'm only using it to help you get a firm grasp on the different Africans. You know what I'm saying? What's good? What's good? Salam alaikum, my side of Kimba. My brother, he out there. I think I know him from Facebook. He said he in Ghana, checking out the channel. But yeah, man, this guy he got on my channel, and he start whining and complaining and crying about the fact that they established a phenotype for Bantus. I'm like, bro, how is that racist? You're crying because they call them Bantus, but you're not crying because they have a, a racial, or not a racial, but a morphological appearance for other Africans. Like you just crying about Bantus and crying that it's racism. Like, come on, bro. Like a lot of y'all boys just be looking for stuff to be mad about. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be looking for stuff to be mad about because it's a deep ingrained self-hate. It's a self-hate that you just don't like yourself. You don't like the fact that you group with Bantus, or you don't like the fact that you have Bantu ancestry, or you just don't like the word Bantu. But bro, go tell Bantu speakers that. Go tell them that. Tell them to find a new word for the word Bantu. You know what I'm saying? All the scientists was doing was they was learning from Bantu speakers, and they used the most common word that mean person or man, and they just used that to help them further their understanding of human races in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm not gonna sit up here in front like some people didn't have scientific racism, but bro, we have came a long way from that. We came a long way from that, bro. You know, we really gotta stop. We gotta stop with the nonsense. And they wasn't too far from the truth because it is different Africans. It is Africans that might have dark skin, but they look different. They look different from other Africans further south. It might be Africans with lighter skin that's indigenous to Africa, and they might look like Arabs, but they not Arabs. Bro, I've been proving that to you guys time and time again. Time and time again, that people look similar when they have similar environmental factors that plays a part in their evolution, in the development of their people group or their population. Those things always take a fact, and that's why you have people that look sub-Saharan that live in Asia. They look like Central Africans, but they're not Central Africans. They don't have nothing that connect them to Africa, nothing, but except the way they look. So that's one reason why I say we gotta stop with the black stuff. Like, bro, that stuff is outdated. When you claim this black white stuff, you are clinging to colonialism and you clinging to uh racism from Arabs. That's all you doing. That's all you doing. You clinging to it and you adopting what they gave you, and you applying that to put an umbrella over all these different type of people that have their own culture, they got their own lifestyle, they got their own language, they got their own everything. And you might even put an umbrella over people that don't have nothing to do with you. Nothing to do with you. Just because somebody black don't mean they the same group of people as you, bro. Just because somebody is dark skinned don't mean they the same group of people as you. The way you can find out is through genetics and history. Look at their genetics. Stop with this nonsense, man. We going too far in time, and it seems like the sub-Saharan groups, like African Americans and some of these racialized sub-Saharans, they the only people that's clinging to this old stuff. And don't get me wrong, you got Eurocentrics. I hear a lot of trash from Eurocentric, and that's how I know Afrocentrism is not good. Because when you share ideas with something that you deem evil, that's how you know it's evil as well. Because Afrocentrics, even though the only thing they disagree on is the skin color of certain groups that supposedly were superior. That's the only thing that they don't agree on. You know, but everything else they have the same ideology. Most Afrocentrics have the same ideology as Eurocentrics. They don't respect genetics. They don't respect paleontology. They don't respect anything that had anything to do with science. The only thing that they respect with science is the scientific things that they can use to push their narrative. That's it. That's the only thing that they agree with science. But most Afrocentric, they share the same beliefs with Eurocentrics. You know what I'm saying? And if you are interested in learning about the truth about these African civilizations that were known to the whole world, I would suggest you check out Garfield Reed, which is the Dagger Squad. I would suggest you check out Pseudo Killers. I would suggest you check out stuff like that, because all y'all doing is being y'all are making yourselves enabled to be scammed and grifted by pro-black racist grifters. And all they doing is radicalizing you to make money off of YouTube. That's all they doing. They radicalizing you to make money off of YouTube. I know people like that's in the Hebrew community that they learn biblical Hebrew. They know biblical Hebrew like the back of their hand, and they still teach that Hebrew was black. They still teach that Jews was sub-Saharan or African American type of people. They still teach that because they eat from that. They eat from that. So I'm one of the few people. I'm one of the few people, despite the views. I don't care if I'm popular or not. Just share the content so people can see it. Because I care about the information. I care about the information. I'm not out here begging for money, trying to get some easy money. I make my own content from reading, and I purchase my own academia, and the academia that I pass to you guys is from or originated from expert articles and expert books, you know, that's known in the academic community. I'm not trying to sit up here and lie to you. I'm not trying to sit up in here and represent no Eurocentrics or nothing like that. It's just that some of the facts don't agree with your beliefs. It just that's how simple it is. Some of the facts don't agree with your beliefs. Yes, it's very embarrassing to see all these radicalized African Americans on YouTube, on Facebook, and they just submit themselves to racism. You know, they practice racism on non-blacks, you know, and then when they say stuff about them, they sit up and start crying. You know, they cry, oh, they racist, bro. How you gonna tell these people? How you gonna tell these people that they not who they are? How you gonna tell these people that they not who they are because they speak a new language? When you speak English, you don't speak no Twa, you don't speak no Asante, you don't speak Pular, you don't speak Wolof, but you telling these people that they not Egyptians because they speak Arabic. Bro, that's foolish. When the genetics have been proven that these people have genetics that's related to ancient Egyptians. You know, it's being proven time and time again. Bro, this race debate is getting so out of hand, bro. Getting so out of hand. Now people think blackness means you more African. Bro, you don't know what an African is because an African don't have a look. An African don't have a look. Africans look like other humans from all over the world. They look like other humans from all over the world. So stop. Stop with the nonsense, man. You can't walk in a group of people, a group of different people that's different colors and different phenotype and say which one is African and which one is European. You don't know that, especially as the world becomes more globalized and we have more technology that allows people to travel to different places. The world is changing and we are not. We are not trying to change. Like, bro, it's ridiculous. I thought Africa was diverse. It makes sense that they would look different. Yes, Africa is the cradle of man. All human races, all proto human types came from Africa. They step foot out of Africa. So why wouldn't Africans look like non-Africans? Why wouldn't Africans look like people that's outside of Africa? Why wouldn't they blend in with the rest of the world? Sub-Saharans got groups of people that look like Sub-Saharan people that's not African. They live in Asia. You know what I'm saying? They live in the southern parts of Asia, in the Oceania parts of Asia, in the Philippines. You know, they have people that look similar to them. Like, we gotta stop. And just like Middle Eastern people got Africans that look like them, and that's North Africans. North Africans have more affinities. They have closer affinities to Middle Eastern people, but they still African. They still African. You have more affinities to other sub-Saharans. Why? Because sub-Saharan Africans was bottlenecked. They was bottlenecked. It is what it is. Sub-Saharan Africans traveled in the confines of sub-Saharan Africa. They traveled to other parts of Africa too. But for the most part, nobody really wanted to mess with the Sahara unless they was making hajj to Mecca. And even those people, a lot of those people got people that descend from them that live in the Middle East till this day. They live in the Middle East till this day. You got people that descend from Hassas that's in Ethiopia and living in Damascus and living in Palestine. You got this famous Palestinian dude. He black. He from Chad. His daddy from Chad. His name is Ali Jeddah. Ali Jeddah. He's a black Palestinian. His daddy was from Chad or Niger. His daddy was from Chad. That's because he made Hajj. He made Hajj to Mecca and he settled in the Middle East. That shows you. That shows you how people want to stay away from the Sahara. Nobody want to be in the desert like that. Yeah, it's crazy because I've been to many different African countries and the natives never assumed I was African American first. They would always approach me with the native tongue. Exactly. Exactly. Because depending on your genetic contribution, you know, you might look like one of those, you might look similar to one of those people groups in those regions. You know what I'm saying? You might look, but as soon as you start speaking English, they know you American or you British. As soon as you start speaking English, or they might see you dressed in but especially if you come dressed like an African Muslim, they definitely gonna assume you from Africa because they know African Americans are like westernized. Like if you came with them wearing some street clothes, they probably would have still thought you was Nigerian or Ghanaian or whatever country you was in. But what was I forgot what I was finna say. But you know, like once you start speaking English, they probably know what's up. Probably depending on your accent and all that. It's other things. It's other things that make people, know who you are. You know what I'm saying? Besides skin color and all that. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, you know, to the claims of a lot of these pro-blackity black people, it's a fact that a lot of people in sub-Saharan Africa below the Sahara, a lot of people in sub-Saharan Africa below the Sahara in the tropical regions, in the wet savanna, in the maybe not the dry savanna, because the dry savanna they had more access to the north in the Mediterranean, areas where information and ideas was easily being uh passed around back and forth. People in sub-Saharan Africa, they were kind of like they were a little separated from a lot of stuff that was going on. And I'm not saying that to say that they couldn't do anything for themselves, because I would never say that. Now you heard Al, you heard him say that, which to an extent I do agree, because they were kind of bottlenecked geographically. They were bottlenecked geographically. They couldn't really trade with outside countries because y'all really got to get this book. It's called Wealth, Poverty, and Politics. And Thomas Sowell, he has a chapter in there. I think it's chapter 2, where he talks about the geography of the difference from sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. He talks about the geography. And a lot of these, like a lot of sub-Saharan countries or sub-Saharan kingdoms, they couldn't even trade with each other because of the topography, the way that these rivers would go and go into waterfalls, and the way that some of these rivers, they will be wide enough to support big ships, but then they get narrow. Then they get narrow to where big heavy freight ships couldn't bring in heavy freight. You know what I'm saying? That's why a lot of Bantu people, they didn't make big ships. They made canoes because of the geography. It's not because they couldn't. It's not because they couldn't or they didn't have the know-how. Because I made a short, of people, prehistoric people that would make canoes that lived around the Niger River Delta, like in modern day Nigeria, not modern day Nigeria in Niger. People were making boats back in prehistoric times in sub-Saharan Africa. And these probably were the proto-Bantu people, or maybe they had something to do with it. Maybe they share ideas with proto-Bantu people, but like I do kind of agree with Al when he said it's not that easy. It's not that simple. Like you can't just assume that Africa mean black, and then you can't be having this belief in your head that you gotta be Egyptian in order to be recognized as something, as somebody that's able to do something for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta do the work. You gotta do the work. You gotta put in some money and some time, and you gotta learn to read these different papers because it's a lot of new information coming out about sub-Saharan Africa. It's a lot of new information coming out about African paleontology, you know, and I guarantee you, if you start reading this stuff and start spending a little money on it, $20, $30 on a real book, you gonna start to understand what's going on and what was going on and what led up to what you looking at right now. And you might be able to develop new ways to approach Africa. If you're thinking about repatriating and trying to help out with the natives and help out, help create new stuff, you know, because that's definitely one of my ideas. That's definitely something that I want to do. I'm pretty sure Assad over there doing that too. I'll admit this information enlightening and breaks preconceived notions that I have. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do, bro. Like I'm trying to get people to break from that colonial stuff that they be preaching over and over, bro. They think they preaching freedom and they saying, "Oh, the black man was this and that," but bro, all you doing is practicing colonialism when you replace other people. When we got all this information, and you replace other people from who they are and where they been for thousands of years, and then you just ignoring where you really come from. You ignoring the history about where you really come from, like Ghana. Like, bro, I bet you people don't even know about the contempo culture. A lot of Pan Africans don't know about the contempo culture or the contempo culture. That's the culture that led up to Asante type people. That's the culture that led up to Awe type people. The people that populate most of Ghana, most of modern day Ghana. You know what I'm saying? Those are the cultures, bro. Those people was practicing ceramics. Creating pottery. They was building pottery, creating pottery so they could collect food and go into agriculturalism. Agriculturalism. People don't know that. Like I always hear these pro-black spaces talk about Egypt. Like, bro, you just ignoring where you really came from and you propagating white superiority. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. And you saying, oh, West Africans, they not good enough. They not good enough. They not good like the Egyptians. And Egyptians, they thought they were superior. Egyptians thought they were superior to other groups that was near around them, other kingdoms. They thought they believed they were superior. Maybe not the regular Egyptians, but the royalty, the elite Egyptians. They thought they were superior. So, bro, bro, it's time to accept where you from. We need to accept our African American history. I'm not with them FBA type cats neither. I do know that we have our own history in America, but I don't accept that. I don't accept dividing myself from my African ancestry. I do not accept that. I'm almost fully African. You know what I'm saying? So fully West African. So I definitely don't agree with that FBA sentiment. But us as African Americans, we got to learn to accept who we are and where we came from and the culture of the people that our progenitors, which is people from Senegal, Gambia, Nigeria, Ghana, maybe a little bit of Burkina Faso. I don't think so, but it might be a little bit. Mali, Congo, Mozambique, Zambia. That's where we come from. That's where we come from. We don't come from Egypt. We don't come from Egypt, but I talk about their history too because they Africans. They Africans. My channel is called Afri-Culture Concepts. I talk about all the African cultures, all of them. I don't have no problem with no Africans because of their skin color, because of the language they speak, because of their political leanings. I don't have no problem with that. I want to bring all Africans together and stop all this inner African racism, all this inner African tribalism, all that. Africans need to learn that tribalism ain't, don't get me wrong, you're supposed to have pride in your tribe as a microcosm, but when it comes to macro dealings, when it comes to macro relationships, with other countries and stuff, people need to become nationalists. They need to become nationalists because honestly, that's what put Egyptians ahead of the game when it came to ancient history. Egyptians became nationalists at an early age. They became nationalists at an early age. They defeated tribalism. They got rid of tribalism by the sword. They got rid of tribalism by the sword. And to me, that's what make them, you know, a little more that in their geographical location. That's what made them thrive over some other early African kingdoms that might be less known because of their geographical location and the way that they handled they structure. They got rid of tribalism. Everybody was Remetu, you know. Everybody was Remetu. That's who they was. They wasn't the blacks, the king, the Kemet. No, they wasn't the Comitians. No, they was none of that. They was Remetu. Everybody. It don't matter if your ethnic origin. If you was a citizen of that place, that's what you was. And that's what sub-Saharan and West Africans and sub-Saharan East and Central Africans, that's what they need to do. And we need to let go of this colonialism, all this stuff that we love so much, this racism. We need to let it go, man. But yeah, if you're just coming in, this show was about the origins of Fulanis. Sometimes people they like to ignore the North African component of Fulanis. I thought that's what Al said on another channel. He said I was wrong, but maybe I was wrong. But I don't think that's what I heard. I heard him say Fulanis don't have Tuareg like ancestry. And most people know Fulanis have Tuareg like ancestry. They have an old North African component in their genetics, as you can see on this chart. Fulanis have even Fulanis in Burkina Faso. They have 20 to 30% North African ancestry from an old Ibero-Mauritian component. So bro, the genetics don't lie. The genetics don't lie. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. If you missed it, just check out the replay. It was a very I wasn't even trying to go this long, but it is what it is. So but yeah, just because you got black skin, it don't mean you exactly the same. And I'm not saying you need to be divided. I'm just saying you need to learn how to respect other people's cultures. You need to learn how to respect other people's cultures and stop trying to put people under these umbrellas of black and white. Like, bro, some people don't see themselves as black. Some people see themselves as Yoruba. You could get on Pan Africanism Strikes Back channel and listen to this one guy. His name Oda 90 the Great. I don't know if he Igbo or Yoruba. I forgot, but he Nigerian. He Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? And like when he talk about African Americans, that's the only time he say black because African Americans the only ones that see themselves as black. Of course, people got the knowledge of their skin color, but African Americans are the ones that put that emphasis on blackness. Like they don't have anything else that's worthy of being proud of. They don't have no type of skills, no type of knowledge, no type of culture. They don't have no pride in their history, just pride in the skin color. Something that might change depending on your environment. Like me, I get darker. I get darker when I'm at work. When I'm not at work, I get lighter. You know, like even darker skinned people, they get darker and lighter. So you have an emotional attachment to something that can change, you know, due to various factors. And that's to me, that's foolish. That's foolish, man. That's real foolish. Like you don't have education, you don't have you're not proud of the first African American astronaut or the first African American uh engineer that worked for NASA. You know, I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. Us as African Americans, we've came far. We've came far. We've regressed. We've regressed, but we have came far as the show, the show in the American theater. We've came far. Like a lot of our ancestors, they got us doing stuff that they wish they can do. You know what I'm saying? And the past is the past. You can't change history. The past is the past. You can't change history. So stop trying to change history. Stop trying to change stuff because the truth is still gonna show itself. It's still gonna show its face regardless. You might be able to fool a couple thousand people, you know, but the truth still gonna show itself in your works. You know, like I see these Egyptians, they talk to these Egyptomaniacs all the time. Like, okay, since you the Egyptians, why it ain't no pyramids? Where you from? Why it ain't no pyramids over there? But then they come up with all these lies. Like, bro, okay, bro, it's no pyramids there. Just get over it, bro. That's not your stuff. That's not your stuff. That's not your stuff, bro. Just get over it. Learn about your history. Learn about the Asantes. Learn about the Igbos. Learn about the Yorubas. Learn about the Bantu expansion. About how the Bantu expansion brought iron smelting technology to southern East Africa, southern Central Africa, and southern West Africa. Why don't you learn about your innovators, the Bantu innovators that colonized? And I'm not taking pride in colonization. I'm just saying they conquered massive amounts of land. They conquered massive amounts of land and they brought technology to other parts of the world. Why don't you build off of that and learn about a new technology that you can bring to other parts of the world in modern days and you can capitalize off of that? Why don't you learn about that? Learn more about the Bantu. Learn about the prehistoric West Africans that was building canoes. Why don't you build off of that and try to build a high-tech canoe? Something that the world never seen before. You know what I'm saying? They got these little legends. I don't know if it's true or not that Igbos or West Africans, they knew about digital, maybe like some type of digital electronics or something, some type of digital, system back in the game. Why don't you learn about that, bro? Because you don't value that. You value what the white man, you value what mainstream media want you to value. That's what you value. That's how I know you still colonized. You still colonized. You still colonized, bro. You're not telling me nothing. You're not telling me nothing because I read this stuff. I read all this different stuff. But yeah, man, I'm finna close this down. I wish y'all would have came earlier. We probably would have had a way better conversation. Maybe y'all could have came up, and gave some input, stuff like that. But if y'all want me to go live some more, I will. Y'all just gotta say something about what y'all want to talk about, as long as it's African centered and it's based off of I'm not really a expert on politics and stuff like that. If you want to learn about what's going on in African politics and economics, I would suggest you type in Pan Africanism Strikes Back, and learn about that. Learn about that from him. You know what I'm saying? What I specialize in is passing the information about African anthropology and paleontology and African history and helping people understand the diverse cultures and history of Africa. That's what I specialize in. So if you want to learn about that, even if you want to learn, you know, how African American political thought and economic activity affects the African continent, I would suggest you follow Pan Africanism Strikes Back because he real good at that. He real good at that. Like he got a real strong understanding of political information and economic, how political or how politics can influence economic outcomes and economic conditions. You know what I'm saying? But also remember that geographic geographic or geographical conditions can outcome economic, or I say outcome, it can influence economic outcomes as well. Geographic, that's why some of the most powerful uh kingdoms in the world that's known in history, they were, at the status that they were because they were placed strategically. They were in a strategic location where they could travel maritime, they could do maritime trade. Paternal haplogroup EZ6003, aka EZ2142. Nah, I don't know. I don't know much. That seemed like a rare haplogroup. That seemed like a not a haplogroup, but it seems like a rare subclade of haplogroup E. But I can definitely probably purchase some material or look up some information and do some cross comparative research methods about that haplogroup. What did you find out about that haplogroup? All I know is that most West Africans, they are EM2. They are EM2, which is E1B1A. That's the ancestor, I believe, of E1B1A. They mutated from haplogroup EM2. EZ, that sounds like a very, very rare subclade. I could try to see if I could find something about it though. What is it? Haplogroup EZ 603. Wait, 003. EZ6003. EZ6003. EZ6003's paternal line was formed when it branched off from the ancestor EZ15980 and the rest of mankind around 3900 BCE. So he not that old. The man who is the most recent common ancestor of this line is estimated to have been born around 2350 BCE. He is the ancestor of at least, let me find out. Okay, so it says that this haplogroup is from Sierra Leone. It's mainly in Sierra Leone, Gambia, and the United States. But it's not that old. Like it was born, it's ancient, like it was born in ancient times. But when you dealing with scientific dates, when you dealing with carbon dating and stuff like that, it's not that old in comparison to haplogroup E itself. Haplogroup E, the ancestor of EZ, that's approximately 80,000 to 60,000 years old. It is my father's haplogroup. I learned a lot of Fula Mandinka. Hold on, I don't know why it's taking it off the screen. I learned a lot of Fula Mandinka and Mende have this haplogroup. Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. Most West Africans, most West African men gonna descend from haplogroup E. Most West African men gonna descend from haplogroup E. Yeah, but that particular subclade, because his ancestor is E for sure. He come from an ancient haplogroup, but his particular lineage, his subclade, his mutation is not super old, but it is old compared to us. But it's not super old. But that does to me that lineage, no problem anytime. I love this type of information. I have fun talking about this, and what it does to me, what it shows to me is that it's an easy way. Like if you got that haplogroup in America, you can trace your paternal lineage from Gambia and or Sierra Leone. It's probably in other places too in West Africa, but those are the ones so far. This particular site, which is Family Tree DNA, they got like 21 people, or hold on. They got there, it says there are 21 DNA tested descendants, and they specified that their earliest known origins are from Gambia, United States, and Sierra Leone. So you got people in those, and that makes sense because you always talk about how you Sierra Leone, like your ancestry is Sierra Leonean. So that does make sense. But one thing I would like to say about that is that you might want to learn more about the history of Sierra Leone, because just like all other places, Sierra Leone was a place that witnessed a lot of migration, and back and forth movement. It's newer people there. It's some people older, but it's newer people there too. Like a lot of people that's there now, they probably wasn't there 3,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them Mende people, them Mandinka people that's in Sierra Leone, they are the result of Samori Toure conquest. They are the result of Samori Toure expansionist activity. So they really come from Mali. A lot of them really come from Mali in parts of the lower Sahel, the green regions of the Sahel. But they expanded that way through war and influence and military presence. And I think Fulani's got there. I'm not saying all Fulani, but I think some parts of Fulani history where they were under Mandinka influence, and they got there too, with the Mandinkas. But I'm pretty sure it's different ways that they got there too. Yep. And that's why I be saying, like, it's good that. But that, to me, that proves that, like, we gotta stop with the invader narrative, because like people that look like you, like they ancestral tribes and stuff like that, they got history that you might not like. Like a lot of some of these groups that we see now that even appear black, that look like, something that y'all want to think is more African than other people based off of skin color. Those people are new people. Those people are invaders. They are the results of invaders. Not necessarily invaders, but they conquered the region and they influence in the region. Like Bantus. Bantus are not, they've been in Southern East Africa and Central Africa. They've been there for a long time at this point. But it was one point in time where those type of people wasn't down there. It was a point in time where those people was not down there. And the reason why they could conquer that region so easily is because they had iron smelting technology. They had iron smelting technology. They had the ability to create canoes. How you think they got to southern West Africa? They was riding down the Benue River, the Benue River. They was riding canoes. They rode canoes and they brought iron weapons and they brought agriculture down there. You know, black, whatever you want to call them, these black tribes, they invaded and colonized other tribes that was already there. And really, if you want to be real, in comparative, like when you want to compare, time, different time frames and chronology, a lot of these, like these West African groups, compared to other African groups, they are kind of new. Like they only been around like the earliest proto West Africans, you know, like modern, like the people that's the progenitors of modern West Africans, they only been around for like 20,000 years, like 20 to 19,000 years. That's when they really first start colonizing West Africa. Do you have specific times when you go live or make videos? Well, not right now because especially like when I be out of town working, I definitely can't do it like that. But I'll probably try to work a way where I can do specific times and stuff like that. But right now I don't have one. But I'll probably try to go live again, maybe because I'm off still, so I'll probably try to go live. Like since I'm off, I'll try to go live maybe every other day till I go back to work, or like around maybe like 3, I guess, like 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. I'm not sure what time zone you in, but I'm just going off of Central Standard Time. Because I'm in the South Central region in Texas. Some people say Southwest, but I'm in Houston, so we in Central Time zone. But yeah, man, see, I don't talk about, I'm not an expert in like recent history and politics and stuff like that. I'm gonna talk about the boring stuff. Like, some people think it's interesting because they like tracing their lineage and they like to know where they, what type of people they come from. Oh, you in Eastern time, so 3 o'clock is like 4 o'clock your time, I think. That's where I be at most of the time in Ohio. That's where I work at in the oil field. But yeah, people that like drama and they like politics and stuff like that. I don't have that type of entertainment. But people that like old prehistoric stuff about their ancestors in Africa, that's the type of stuff I talk about. That's the type of content that I drop. Because people don't talk about African prehistory. And you would think more African Americans would talk about that type of stuff. They would release more content about that type of stuff. But it's not really that many of us doing that. You gotta find African paleontology and anthropology from a channel from somebody that's from another population, another group of people. And to me, that's kind of sad. Especially the way that black people like to cling to the past. What's funny is FBA like to cite lineage, but dismiss the only reliable way to determine where you come from, which is DNA. Yeah, they do. But a lot of us do that. A lot of us do that. Even the pro-blacks that embrace Africa. Even the pro-blacks that embrace Africa, they They use DNA when it support their narrative, but when it don't support their narrative, they don't want to deal with DNA. They just ignore it. But the DNA don't lie. Good. That's good. You like African prehistoric history because that's I talk about I talk about African history from antiquity, like which is the classical period, like the Middle Ages and the history that people know about. I talk about that, but I also talk about prehistoric stuff too to help people understand, how they became who they are, or how modern Africans became, who they are today. What led up to, you know, the African populations that we see today. How did the old anthropologists and the those type of scientists, how did they differentiate different African human variations? You know, that's the type of stuff that I try to inform people on so that they can understand the the mass continent of Africa and the diversity of Africa. But yeah, FBA, they clowns, bro. At FBA, they are clowns. I don't respect the radicalization that they pushing on here on YouTube. But it's a lot of people pushing lies on YouTube. It's a lot of people pushing lies on YouTube. Hold on, I'm about to put yours on the screen. If DNA can determine if you're the father of a child and if the kid or you are susceptible to certain diseases, like you said, they say it's for entertainment purposes. Yeah, genetics are here. Yeah, that's ridiculous, bro. They got whole scientific organizations that all they do is extract information from your DNA and compare it to genetic mutations and diseases and try to figure out ways that they can create cures, bro. And they try to develop stories to how people develop these different genetic mutations and understand why certain different groups are susceptible to certain type of diseases. That's how they understand sickle cell. That's how they understand sickle cell. How do you think people understand that? By studying genetics. By studying genetics. But now all of a sudden, since it don't tell you the story that you want to hear, genetics is just for entertainment purposes. Since your genetics connects you to Africa. That's so much self-hate. So much self-hate. So much self-hate. But I don't even think you should be ashamed. I don't think you should be ashamed of your European ancestry neither. If you got European ancestry, you need to find out where that connect you to. You need to find out where that connect you to because you might be connected to some money that you can bring back to Africa. You might be connected to some money that you can bring back to Africa. What's ironic is that black people are susceptible to different sickle cell. The Marxist. Yeah, I know a lot of African Americans that got sickle traits. They might not have developed the anemia, the actual disease, but they have anemic characteristics. They have anemic symptoms. Genetics connect you to long lost cousins that your ancestors got split from. Genetics can help you achieve the dream that your enslaved ancestors might have thought about when they first got on the ship. I'm pretty sure they had people that got on them ships and they was thinking about their wife that they left, that they got took from. genetics can reconnect you to the kids that the descendants of those people that they might have had, that was still in Africa, to your long lost family, bro. I know people that I work with that took genetic tests and they found out other cousins that they had in the United States, long lost brothers and sisters. I did genetic tests with one company. I'm doing another one with another company. I did genetic tests and found out cousins that I never knew existed. And then I started learning more about my history, about the history of my ancestors. And come to find out, I found out that I got land, or I might be connected to some land in Louisiana. Look, from what my grandma and my family told me, I have Irish and Italian on both sides, Cherokee on my father's side, and Shinnecoke Indian, which is from Long Island, British and Haitian on my mom's side. Man, you got a lot of ancestors from different populations. And we all do, really, but some of us just got ancestors from West Africa, different ancestors from West Africa. You got ancestors from a whole bunch of different distant populations. You got ancestors from indigenous to America. You got some from the British Isles. You got some from Haiti, and we don't even know what race they probably are. They might be sub-Saharan African, or they could be another race. You got ancestors from different parts of Europe, mostly. Well, you got an ancestor, probably got some from Southern Europe and the British Isles. And you from the East Coast? I think a lot of African Americans from the East Coast probably got an Italian component somewhere down the line. Probably not a lot, but at least a little bit of some of them. And that to me, your genetic breakdown or your ancestral breakdown that you're telling me about, to me, that's a good explanation on how your geographic location has an influence on your genetic components, on the genetic components or the genetic influence on somebody. Because the fact that you from the East Coast is probably the reason why you got ancestry from Native Americans that was from the East Coast, and you got Italian ancestry. Yeah, but what's funny is just because I have Haitian, FBA labeled me a tether, yet they ignore my Native American blood. Yeah, I'm from New Jersey. Exactly. Yeah, them boys, that's all they do, bro. They just make up shit in their head. Anything, and to them, a Native American was, to some of them, not all of them, because some FBAs understand that they African American, but a lot of FBAs, they got this belief that the real Native Americans are sub-Saharan people or African Americans. They believe that African Americans are the true Native Americans because they got darker skin. That's some stupid shit. That's some stupid shit. So they try to say that the real Native Americans are Asian invaders. Well, maybe you should actually do the research on the origins of the ancestral populations of Native Americans. Just so happened that they were from, parts of Asia. Maybe that's why they have like a pseudo Asian, like a pseudo Mongoloid look. Maybe because they come from common ancestors. But stuff that's used that you need logic to understand, that's not gonna fit. It's not gonna fit they narrative. It's not gonna fit their narrative. But I really think, in this African this Pan-African community, in whatever community you want to call it, I really think like we need to start like, telling each other like, hey man, you need to read this. Hey man, you need to read that. Like, so we can understand, like people can understand, more about themselves. They can have pride about more about who they are. Even with business and stuff, like the type of stuff Brandon be talking about. You know, I think he need to start sharing more information, where people could actually read themselves and they can learn about some of the stuff he talked. Now he do be sharing some links like about some news and stuff like that. He be sharing that. But I mean, like starting like how to start a whatever type of business he got going on, or how to operate, how to the ins and outs of business in Kenya. you know, how can you successfully run a business? Like if they got books that teach you about the laws in Kenya, on how to run a business and stuff like that, I think we need to share more information like that. We need to be more based on education, and stuff that's gonna move us forward instead of, always arguing. But I know a lot of black people and African Americans and Africans in general, they don't really like to read. So, but I would still share that information. If you travel, if you travel outside of the country and someone asks you where you're from and you say, "Oh, I'm from New York," they say, "Oh, you're American." Pro-blacks hyper focus on the racial component rather than being Americans. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, they do. That's why I don't really deal with pro. Like I know I listen to some people that's pro-black. That's because they got more logic. They got more common sense. But a lot of these pro-blacks, man, they just perpetuate racism. They just perpetuate racism. You know, just because just because somebody did something to me, or well, somebody did something to my ancestors, because they never did it to me. Just because they did it to them, don't mean I'm gonna be better if I do it to them. If I do it back, that's not gonna make the world a better place. Making progress is what makes a better place. Finding solutions is what make a better place. You know, Finding solutions, learning new information, learning how to deal with stuff, learning about the outside world. They think everybody, most African Americans, they think they think all Africans that look like them identify as black. But they don't understand that those people got a whole different culture. Like those people was taught how to speak a certain tribal language, and they was taught how to carry themselves in the manner of their tribes. The most hysterical thing about FBAs who clown on the Caribbean countries is that those countries offer low to zero taxes for citizens, and actually sell their citizenship for roughly 300K. Damn, sell their citizenship. So what? Like they'll sell, like they could sell it to like an American. Or what you mean? Like I'm kind of confused by that. Like they'll sell it like. Oh, you saying like like an African American can go over there and become a citizen and then sell his citizenship and make 300 racks? I definitely didn't know about that. And that's why I be saying like I'm not super strong in a lot of these these little like political loopholes, but I know I need to be, so that's why I don't mind, if somebody knows more about some stuff than I do, I just listen, and then I could just do the research, because having some information is better than no information, because now that I have some information, now I have a frame of reference that I can use in order to do cross comparative research and see what's true and what's not. You know what I'm saying? Now I can take what he said and I can use that and copy and paste it in Google, and look for some documentation. But I didn't even know that at first. I didn't have no knowledge about that. So I must be SBA. No, I'm just playing. I don't never I don't never identify with that SBA stuff, man. I'm just African American. I'm just African American, man. You know a funny thing though, a lot of African Americans that call themselves black, not even black. Yeah, you can buy their citizenship passport by making a donation to their government. In this legal program, they have permits. They have permits you to obtain a passport of that country while retaining your original. Boy, spreading information. Them FBAs ain't trying to know that though, man. But whoever want to know that, hopefully y'all look at this video, and use that to your advantage. I might mess around and go check out a Caribbean country. Cause shit, Caribbean countries, they closer to us than African countries. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like an extension of Africa, of West Africa, and somewhat East Africa. Cause I know a lot of tribe. I know a couple tribes from Mozambique. They got sent over to the Caribbean islands. But yeah, if you like that, if you like genetics, African genetics, true African, more accurate African history, ancient history, medieval history, I'll even start doing segments on more current history. Uh, Definitely subscribe to this channel. You need to obtain required documents and go through an immigration lawyer to do it, but the Caribbean countries offer a territorial tax system. The USA is a citizenship-based taxation system. Facts. I would even let people like him that got more knowledge on stuff like that. I have, shows like dedicated to like ways that people can capitalize and try to take risks to win in the West, in the Western Hemisphere, like going to Caribbean countries and doing business, from cats that got ideas like that, that got that type of information. See, I'm about progress. My channel is about progress. Brandon channel is about progress. We just talk, we just smarter than each other on different things. Like Brandon, he know more information about that, like stuff like that, because he been to more places. But me, I take more time studying things that people don't really like to talk about. So that's the type of stuff that I that I talk about. But if I know people that want to talk about that type of stuff, I'll definitely give them a platform, to help the few people that do watch my channel, in case they want to know. You know what I'm saying? But man, I'm about to get off of here. I sure appreciate y'all for visiting. I hope y'all pass the word to Brandon. I want to debate him and Cash the Zulu and Al all together at the same time. I know he don't really care about that African prehistoric stuff in genetics, but if y'all talk to him, if any of y'all know him, tell him I've been trying to debate him ever since we had that screaming contest with Cash the Zulu a couple weeks back. So let him know, dog. I'm trying to debate him and Cash, cause some stuff he wrong on. The difference between the two is that you can be living in Egypt and still be liable for federal taxes while in Egypt. If you're a citizen of a territorial tax country, only the money you okay. Yeah, to me, that's a win situation. That's a winning situation. And you could have dual citizenship or what? But yeah, man, like I said, this channel was about the Fulani origins. And yes, Fulani people, like people that claiming they Fulani, you might want to take a closer look at your ancestry because you might have white ancestors, white African ancestors. Okay, you might not be this fake pure African that you think you are. Okay, because Fulanis are they have Mesolithic North African ancestry. So you might want to look up your genetics. If you say you Fulani, you probably gonna have North African ancestry, especially depending on how much Fulani you are. Because us African Americans, we admix with different groups. But if you got a high, if you are high, like if you real close to Fulani, like if you got recent Fulani ancestry, then you probably gonna have some North African in you. You're gonna have North African in your genetics. You're gonna have North African in your genetics. Because they did a test on like 20 or 30 Fulanis from Ziniade, Burkina Faso. And most of them they have around 13 to 10% of Neolithic Anatolia, and they have 25 to 30% of Mesolithic North African, and they have 50 to 40%, and no, like 60 to 40% of West African foragers. West African foragers. So Fulanis, like all humans, but Fulanis are recent. They are formed from a recent admixture of two different populations, two different African populations, North Africans and West Africans. That's why Fulanis have a different look. Fulanis in Africa, they have a different look from most West Africans. And I'm not saying that Fulani is not West Africans, but that's why they have a different look from other West Africans that live near them, They have somewhat of a different look because Fulanis are a result of a recent admixture with people that was carrying an ancient North African component in a population that was carrying an ancient West African component. And those West African people that was ancient to West Africa, they probably was in tribes like Jola people and Sarir people. And those North Africans were probably like Proto-Tuareg people or Berber looking people. Okay? So if you claim that you Fulani or you think you Fulani, I would definitely do some homework on your genetics, because if you think you had this idea of what African is, which I doubt you do, your whole perspective of Africanness or Africanity is gonna change, because blackness don't make you African. Blackness don't make you African. Genetics and indigeneity makes you African. Linguistics makes you African. History makes you African. But mainly genetics. Skin color is an external thing, just like beauty. Beauty gonna go away. It's gonna go away when you get old. Skin color gonna change when you get old. You might still be dark, but your skin might lighten up a little bit because you're not outside as much. It's definitely gonna get wrinkly. It's definitely gonna get wrinkly. But skin color does not determine what type of human. I mean, it has something to do with it, but skin color does not, it's not really a major factor in who you are. Skin color is not really a major factor of who you are. Okay. Fulanis are not what you think they are. Fulanis are more diverse, you know, and Africans themselves, Africans, period, are not what you think they are. You're not going to see black in genetics. You know, you're not going to see black in genetics. When you look up a genetic breakdown like this, you have to have prerequisite knowledge. You have to have prerequisitory knowledge. You have to understand what's a Neolithic Anatolian barking. You have to understand what's a Bantu Middle Age agriculturalist. You have to understand what's a Caucasian hunter gatherer. You have to understand what's an East African pastoralist. You have to understand what's an Iranian Gange Neolithic person is. You have to understand what's a Mesolithic North African Ibero-Mauritian. You know, if you don't know that type of stuff, there's no reason why you should be on somewhere on some platform talk about you more African than somebody. Because you don't even know what it takes to be more African. You don't even know the scientific standard that sets the standard to be more African than somebody else. You don't even know what a true African look like. Because you don't even know what the most oldest Africans look like. You know, nobody really knows that, bro, because humans look like what they want to look like. Humans look like what they genetics choose to make them look like. You know, with that being said, man, I'm hungry as hell. I'm about to get up off of here. I appreciate y'all for coming, bro. Appreciate that. Oh, let me see what he said. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if I do have some links to Africa that my family wasn't aware of. I have never tested my DNA. I should have. Yeah, man, get you a DNA test, bro. Get you a DNA test, man. If you got a Haitian ancestor, you definitely probably got some West African ancestry. I mean, you know, you must have some knowledge of your African roots if you always on Pan Africanism Strikes Back channel. You have some type of connection. Same to you, Mary. I really appreciate y'all for passing by because don't nobody really be looking at my live like that, especially when I'm live. So I appreciate y'all for coming for real. But yeah, bro, you must have knew somebody in your family that was sub-Saharan or West African or something, or they had West African ancestry and they appear to be black. Cause I mean, you got like obviously like you got it in your head that you black or you got some type of West African ancestry or something. So I would just go ahead and confirm it and by getting a DNA test. I'm not sure, but I think ancestry.com. I just did another DNA test with ancestry.com and I paid like $40 or $50. I think they got like a little seal. I was in the army and my gunner was Haitian and I could halfway understand him yet not exactly. Yeah, that's probably you know that I mean that ain't concrete, but I mean and you also said that you had I think you said your mom was half Haitian, was part Haitian, so man, you was doing you was out there in the field for real. Appreciate the service, my dude. As an American countryman, I really do appreciate the service for real. That boy was out there busting heads in the armored cars and tanks for the country. Yeah, but you were right with that FBA shit. You know, they think being black is more important than being American. Like, bro, like I'm not trying to sound like a coon or nothing, but black don't mean nothing, bro. Like you African American, okay. You African American, but you part of one of the most like the latest, most successful countries. I ain't gonna say it's the best country ever, but right now you in one of the best countries in the world that everybody want to be in. So you American, bro. You American of African descent, or maybe African and mixed descent. Multi generationally mixed, because a lot of African Americans are multi generationally mixed. I mean, people call me black and all that, but me myself, I'm just African American. I'm African American and I got West African ancestry, but I also got a little Spaniard. I also got a little Spaniard ancestry and a little French ancestry. You know what I'm saying? So I don't deny that because I respect genetics. I'm not disingenuous to, the facts. They say black first, okay? So what does that do? How does being black first feed my family? If I gotta do exactly, bro. And when we saying this, we not saying that, you know, you supposed to be anti-African American. We not saying that. We just saying like, what's up with the emphasis on being black? First of all, Europeans gave you that umbrella term. Europeans gave you that. They gave you that to keep you at the bottom. But now you American. Now you African American. So why are you crying? Why you don't want to be African American no more? That's what your ancestors that chose to stay in America, that's what they wanted. They wanted to be African Americans. I call myself Martian because to these pro-blacks and leftists, I might as well be Martian because I don't think like exactly. I don't think like them neither. I definitely don't think like them. Like when people I'm around start having those conversations, I just walk away because it don't got nothing to do with me. Like these people that supposedly look like me, they hate me just as much as some of these people that don't look like me. They hate me the same way. You know, I get along with people that like to talk about information that I like to talk about. I get along with people that help me learn different stuff. And we still might have differences, but people like that, that's radicalized, I try to stay away from them because they can easily influence you with that type of thought. you know, and that's why I be trolling them dudes up in Brandon chat because it's annoying. Like, bro, all right, bro, I'm just about to troll your ass now. What's good? What's good, Truth 884? What's good with it? Yeah, man. Nothing, bro. I was just trying to help people understand that Fulanis are not what people try to think. Like, and black Africans are not what they try to like. Africans in general are not what people be trying to think. Like people be thinking because they skin color is a certain color that they all the same. Like, no, bro. That's not true, bro. Genetics tell a whole different story. You got black people that come from three main different maternal lineages. Some black people come from L0, some black people come from L1, some black people come from L2, and some come from L3. Some people that look black come from maternal lineages that's North African or Eurasian. U6. Some black people come, some people that look black that might have dark skin and they might not look similar to you in the face, or they might look similar to you. But like Nilo-Saharan people, Nilo-Saharan, some Nilo-Saharans, they not the same. They not the same as West Africans, bro. Nilo-Saharans have different haplogroups. They come from different haplogroups than you do. They got different genetic codes than you do. Just because they got blue black skin don't mean nothing. Why you think they the tallest people in the world and you not? Appreciate you for passing through truth. L3B1A. Yeah, you so you L3. You know, L3 is one of the latest maternal lineages that came to West Africa. L3 is one of the latest maternal lineages. L3 came to West Africa with haplogroup E, with haplogroup EM2. So your maternal haplogroup is more modern than some of the older maternal haplogroups in West Africa, like L1, L2. L1, L2. That's a whole, like, I'm not saying they different type of humans. I'm just saying, like, that's a whole, L3 came in with a whole different wave of people. Bodybuilder plug, she L3 too. Bodybuilder plug is L3. So y'all might have somewhere down the line, y'all share maternal ancestors. I don't know what subclade of L3 she in, but she definitely L3. Yeah, I'm waiting on some more DNA too. Yeah, bro. Your genetics tell the story, bro. And it's some people in Africa, like Black Africa, that got lineages that ain't even African. Like Hausa people. Like y'all heard Al talk about Hausa people and stuff. But Hausas, not all Hausas, but a lot of Hausas, they got a paternal haplogroup that's not even from Africa. R1B. They got one that's not even from Africa. Like they common ancestor is from West Asia. They recently came to West Africa, like in the past 3,000 to 4,000 years. They recently came to West Africa. Like even people in Uganda. People in Uganda got R1B. And they belong to some other haplogroups too. Like, just because somebody black, bro, don't mean they the same as you, dog. You got FBAs like BSIA who think FBAs are a new type of human and are elite European, yet can't tell you what makes them elite, even within Europe. Some ethnicities are better than others. I mean, that's bullshit. That's definitely bullshit. But African Americans, I wouldn't say they're a new type of human, but they are a new type of West African because they are admixed with all those African groups, and some of them got ancestry from distant populations from other continents. Yeah, it's definitely stupid. You know, that's definitely stupid. Like in this day and age, all humans should know that you just a human, bro. Like the only thing that make you elite is the things you do and how much money you make. To me, that's the only thing that make you elite. You know, having genetics a certain genetic makeup, that don't make you elite. And that's why I was trying to tell Al, he talk about, I don't know why you think being mixed with Tuareg or whatever. I'm like, bro, I never said being mixed with North Africans make you better. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to bring out that fact that y'all be trying to ignore it. Like, y'all be trying to act like people that look black ain't mixed. You know, bro, that shit ain't true, dog. Ain't no pure humans. And a lot of pro blackies, they be trying to act like blackness means you pure. Like, bro, that's not true. They be trying to act like white people the only people that admixed with with old populations like Neanderthals. Bro, Asians, like South Asians, they admix with the Denisovans or Denisovans. They admix with the Denisovans. That's an archaic population too. Some West and Central Africans, they admix with a population that's more archaic than Neanderthals and Denisovans. So, bro, like, no, 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 no. We gotta stop that shit. Not all West Africans, but it is a substantial amount of people, like 19 to 20% so far. That's what we know right now. West Africans, they some ancient West Africans, proto West Africans, they had kids with a ghost population. They so old that they haven't even established their genetics yet. Yes, the ghost DNA. They so old that they don't even know, they don't even have too much information on them right now. There's fair skinned people who were black and who could exactly, bro. They don't want to know that shit. I did a short about that. I did a short about this article that I pulled up, and this dude that was white, but he had a paternal lineage that originated in West Africa. He had E1B1A, but he passed as white. Like, bro, you could be whatever race, you could be whatever skin color, and have a lineage that come from a place that you would never thought of. It's Europeans right now. It's Europeans right now. It's another article I read about some Europeans, and they had maternal haplogroups that came from Africa, L2, L3, and it's some Europeans that was pure white, and they had haplogroup E1B1B from North Africa, and they didn't look North African or Arab at all. What that mean? Atavism. I've never seen that word. It's the first time I've seen that word. It's the first time I ever seen that word. But unfortunately, African Americans, some people that appear black, that appear to be African Americans, they might have received their paternal lineage from Europeans. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. It's unfortunate that it happened to your maternal ancestor, but it is what it is. I find it interesting how there's like 10% of the world's population who can trace their lineage from Genghis Khan, and FBA seriously think DNA is irrelevant. Exactly. Exactly. DNA is serious. DNA is way past relevant. Boys make millions of dollars off of DNA working in that field, in the science field, solving problems and creating cures. Boys tripping. It's only irrelevant to you because you can't push your narrative. The reappearance of a characteristic in an organism after several generations of absence. That's deep. The reappearance of a characteristic in an organism after several generations of absence. Could you give me a could you give me an example of atavism in, I guess, like an American person? Because I'm gonna start looking up that word and looking up examples of that and start using that. That's how you get rich, by solving problems. Exactly. The bigger problem, the bigger pay. Exactly. The bigger the problem, the bigger the paycheck. Exactly. That's facts. That's what engineers do. They solve problems. They think of the problem that the consumer is dealing with, and they create a solution. And the solution is the technology. That's why you could take X-rays. X-rays are products of astrophysicists, because they was trying to figure out ways to, to measure things in the cosmos. And just by accident, they created medical things, that they created applications that we use in the medical field in order to save your life. Now people can live longer because of science. Not because of your FBA religion, not because of pro-blackness, but because of science. Science. Scientific breakthroughs, bro. And a lot of things in science, we develop applications for it by accident, because they were trying to solve a bigger problem. But then we found out that we can apply that solution to other things in order to solve smaller problems. Science is one of the greatest human achievements. Science is one of the greatest human achievements, because that's what got us to where we at now. Now science enables Pan-Africanism. you know, I just called somebody, one of my Pulo partners from Nigeria, and he a software engineer, and I could hit him up and say, hey bro, I want to contract out some work that I get from small businesses. So, and I send it to you and break some bread with you. You know what I'm saying? And you do the work while I'm at work, and I take a percentage off of it, and you could eat good out there. Science enabled that. Don't get me wrong, did black people contribute to science? Yes, but we're not the founders of that. It's a tool to use. I think all people contributed to science. I think all people contributed. Now, some people might have had more contributions, like in modern times, but I think all people contributed to science. Like, that's definitely a good statement, though. And I don't, like, people might say that I don't believe black people did nothing. No, I respect the things that so-called black people, did. But you're not gonna hear me giving somebody else achievements to black people. I'm gonna give black people the achievements that they did. I'm not gonna say, you know, I'm not gonna say African Americans built no pyramids, because we didn't build pyramids. And if you go back to where we came from, it ain't no pyramids over there. If you go back to where we came from, it ain't no pyramids over there. So why would I take credit for that? When some of the places that we came from don't have that. It don't attest to that. But when I say that, they say, oh man, you just trying to take our history. Like, bro, I'm not trying to take your history. Why don't you look up the shit that colonists was marveled by? Why don't you look up the shit that the water controlling methods that West Africans was practicing, that Europeans was they was impressed by? Why don't you look up some of that shit? Why don't you try to look up some of the earliest practice of iron metallurgy in West Africa? I'm not ignorant of my race's contributions to society and the country, but I'm not ignorant enough to believe we're the sole exactly. Exactly. When you start doing that, you are perpetuating the same thing that white supremacists used to believe. White supremacists used to walk around talk about they superior. Now you see black people saying that. Oh yeah, we pure. You not. You got Neanderthal DNA. You was in caves, bro. Black people lived in caves too. West and Central Africa do got some great history. It's just that a lot of stuff is hard to bring out because of the climate. It's hard to bring out because of the climate and they didn't really preserve, they didn't focus on preserving dead bodies. So like the Egyptians, they developed ways to preserve old ass bodies. So some of their stuff is still, you could still pull DNA from those bodies and stuff. But West Africans, they had burial practices too. They found grave sites in old West African sites in the west from the Green Sahara. They was just mounds, but we don't know how the mounds looked. We don't know how they look. They pulling bodies out right now. They doing excavations in the Western Sahara right now. We just waiting on the information. West Africans was doing their thing, man. I just feel like the geographic conditions that we was dealing with, kind of hurt us a little bit. And I'm not saying we don't have achievements, but I just feel like some of the geographical conditions that we were faced with kind of hurt us a little bit. Because we had West Africans, we had an early civilization that we were building in West Africa around the same time that Egypt emerged. But the area where we were at, I think it probably should have been situated closer to the Niger River. And maybe, I'm not sure exactly on, the topography, but I think maybe the Sahara was worse, like the desiccation of the Sahara. It had more it had more adverse effects, in the Western Sahara than in the Nile Valley. Or maybe we didn't have no valleys. Maybe we didn't have no valleys that the river was in. I got to get more information on like how valleys and rivers work together to preserve vegetation, because it was a reason why the people of Egypt, they were able to thrive in that valley, that Nile River Valley. And the reason why ancient Tikrit and Walata couldn't thrive, it couldn't thrive. They had to move further south. If you look at Dan Calloway and him saying that the transatlantic slave trade didn't exist, yet you have two military branches founded to fight African slavery, enslaving white Americans. uh, that boy, he know that shit true, bro. He know that shit true. He just going off of it because he know people gonna buy that shit, bro. He know people gonna buy that shit. People want to be lied to. Those military branches are the Navy and Marine Corps. If you look at the Marine Corps hymn, it says, "From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli." They up the Barbary pirates. They was enslaving Americans. You damn right. Yup. Bro, history is so random. History is so complex. It's so complex, bro. Different histories took place at the same time. You know, it didn't happen in no chronological order, no sequential order. Some histories happen at the same time as others. Man, I've been on here for 5 hours, man. Let me get off of here, man. I appreciate y'all for coming, chopping it up with me. If you got a chance, look at the replay. Peace.